It is 9 o'clock, and we are going to begin here. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to have Supervisor Rodefer lead us.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. First item is oral communication. Anybody can speak about anything not printed on the agenda, and we can take a total of 15 minutes. Come on up.
Good morning. My name is Susan Lipscomb. I'm an in-home supported services provider, and I understand that we are getting ready to go into negotiations about pay raises, and I hope that we can gather and get everybody together and get this issue on your agenda so that we can make at least minimum wage or above. I understand that Tuolumne County and Tulare counties are the only counties in the state of California that does not pay the IHSS workers. And, you know, I think that's kind of behind the times, and we need to get caught up. I feel that our society uses the elderly or sees the elderly and the disabled as disposable people, and I do not feel that they are. And I think it's a shame that the IHSS workers make less than folks flipping burgers. And I think that these people are more important than that, and I hope that you will consider increasing our pay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Debbie Batista, and I am the Hey, Russell for 25 years.
You trip on that
Batista,
every time,
I do.
Debbie.
You know, luckily Mark's not around. And I am the Register of Voters for Tuolumne County, and I just want to remind everybody that it's election time. So if one has just turned 18 or will be 18 before June 3rd, one wants to register to vote, one can do that on the internet. Just go to www.sos.ca.gov, and you can do everything electronically if you have a driver's license or a California ID card. And I plan to come every time there's a board meeting and give you some more updates. So right now we are working on the Spanish translation of our ballots because all 58 counties, starting with the June election, need to have their ballots translated into at least Spanish. And so got everything yesterday for that. But we'll be coming back talking about the deadlines of registering to vote, talking about the deadlines of asking for vote by mail. One can now ask for vote by mail via the phone. And we'll come back and talk about all of that as we get closer into the election time. So if you are 18 or have just moved to the community, please register to vote so that your vote can count on June 3rd.
Thank you.
Question? Is the governor picking up the tab for all these changes?
No.
Thank you.
Yeah. We are, John.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Randy Hinvelt, citizen of Tuolumne County and supporter of the Columbia College Community Chorus. Ladies and gentlemen of Tuolumne County, this will be your last opportunity to hear the Columbia College Community Chorus under the direction of John Carter. John Carter is an amazing man, and he brings the most out of these. He is an asset to our community, and so is the Columbia College Community Chorus. On Saturday and Sunday, I got to get the dates here. Saturday, April 26th at 7:30, and Sunday, April 27th at 3 o'clock. It will be at St. Matthew's Lutheran Church in Christian Heights area. It will be the last performance under the direction of John Carter. I encourage you not to miss this. It is an experience. It's always an experience, and it's well worth your time. It makes you go away feeling really good. Your heart is singing and you're dancing when you go out. So I encourage you to do that. I will bring brochures at the next board meeting. Our last opportunity, John Carter, superhero.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board and the staff of Tuolumne County. I am Mike Spear. I'm here on behalf of the Tuolumne County Child Care Council, and not for CAL FIRE at this moment. That'll come later in the meeting. I'm here to discuss or let you know that this week we will be handing out ribbons to all our local elementary schools and our child care facilities within Tuolumne County to advocate for better child care within the county. We are in demand of more child care facilities in the county, and it's our way of getting out to the community the need for that. I'm here for the support of the Board of Supervisors, as well as the communities in the county, to find ways to hopefully find facilities to take care of the youth in the county after school and when parents are at work. So,
Yeah, thank you.
thanks.
Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, move on to our consent calendar. And could the clerk please read through that?
Minutes of the meeting held March 4th, 2014, approving a contract between the Sheriff's Office and Boat and Waterways in support of Boat Patrol Unit, approving the revised road crew supervision class specification, resolution approving the summary vacation of a portion of an unnamed lane in Hetch Hetchy Region Lodge subdivision, approving the appointment of Lyle McPeters and the reappointment of Loretta Pagney and Bill Tracy to the Tuolumne Behavioral Health Advisory Board, approving the appointment of Melody Brotby to the Commission on Aging, and accepting the resignation of Deborah Shalley, accepting the resignation of Mitchie as an alternate public agency representative for the Tuolumne Local Child Care and Development Planning Council, and the resignation of Art Bartby from the Tuolumne County Small Business Loan Revolving Loan Review Committee, and the resignation of Janet Atkins from the Historic Preservation Review Commission, and directing the clerk to post a notice of vacancies and send letters of appreciation.
Thank you. Would any board member like to pull an item? Can I get a motion?
Move that we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Any public comment? Bring it back, call for question, all in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0, thank you. Could the clerk please read item 10?
Presentation of the County Service Award to Kevin Burns, Senior Engineering Assistant.
All right. Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. With me is our Deputy CRA Director, Duke York, and our Supervising Engineer, Tanya Allen. We're here today to represent the Community Resources Agency and the County of Tuolumne in our appreciation of Kevin Burns' 30 years of service to the county. And Duke's going to tell you a little bit about Kevin.
I, first of all, thank the board for this opportunity. Kevin started his career in Tuolumne County with the U.S. Forest Service. He did 7 years working with road recon, survey department, and worked in the soils lab. And that's also where he met his wife, Belinda, when they were both worked on the survey crew for the U.S. Forest Service. He attended Columbia College from 1973 to 75, got his AA in music and forestry, and we're very thankful that he shifted his major to roads and the Public Works Department. Kevin Burns began his employment with Tuolumne County on April 4th, 1984 as an engineering aide 2. He has been promoted over the years to Public Works Inspectors 1 and 2, and the Senior Engineering Technician, and then Engineering Assistant 2, and he is today the Senior Engineering Assistant. I first met Kevin and his wife Belinda when our kids were in nursery school together, and that was 28 years ago. During his 30-year tenure with Tuolumne County, Kevin has served as the radiation officer because of his work on soil compaction testing and the nuclear gauge. He spent many hours in a place called the Mud Room, performing a variety of soils tests on a variety of capital projects. He was also served as Tuolumne County's Quality Control Program coordinator. But the capital projects, you have to realize that over that many years, it represents a tremendous body of work. And I'm just going to list the highlights. Not all of them, just the highlights. Airport remodeling project was one of the first ones he worked on. Memorial Hall remodel. On bridges, he was involved in the bridge over Sullivan Creek on Mono Way, the South Fork Bridge on the Stanislaus north of Tweenhart, the Jamestown Road Bridge over Woods Creek, Paseo de las Portales Bridge on Sullivan Creek, the middle fork of the Tuolumne River on Evergreen Road, the Salt Springs Bridge on LaGrange Road, the Phoenix Lake Bridge over Sullivan Creek, and he was also involved in multiple paving and road improvement projects. I'm just going to list some of the more recent ones. J59, recycling and paving, Limekiln Road, Greenlee Road at the grammar school and the street light, the signal light there, Old Wards Ferry Road for the Law and Justice Center, Mono Way. Now, this was a really big project, and we take it for granted today, but Mono Way, the 5-lane widening for all of the East Sonora area. He managed all the utility permits that affected county-maintained roads for many years, dealing with PG&E, AT&T, Comcast, TUD, and others. He also administered the Rural 20A project for undergrounding utilities within Columbia State Historic Park. That is a very sensitive area of Tuolumne County. A variety of road improvement projects on our county service area roads. He also monitored the construction of storm drainage systems in Tuolumne and Jamestown as part of the CDBG grants. Jamestown beautification and walkway projects. During his 30 years of service to the citizens of Tuolumne County, he has been an exemplary employee and worked many hours of overtime as needed to provide the gold standard of service. His professionalism and dedication to the job warrants special commendation. A tremendous body of work over a 30-year period. So it is with great pride that we present Kevin with this token of our appreciation. Kevin?
He's hiding.
Oh, some for the board. I'm sorry. Yeah, there we go. This is the award. Thank you very much. All right.
Appreciate this honor there. This is quite the event. 30 years, it's gone by quick. All you new hires, beware. It slips right past you. Thank you very much.
One more little award for Kevin with just our little group, because coming to work every day for 30 years, you have to have fun. And the fact that he comes every day and still can sit through a lot of angry contractors at sometimes and still have a good smile on his face. This is our little award for when you first started. But we had a really hard time finding pictures because you were always behind the camera. So we did our best.
Okay. Moving on here. Could the clerk please read item 11?
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming April 13th through 19th, 2014 as National Library Week, April 15th, 2014 as National Library Workers' Day, and April 16th as National Bookmobile Day in Tuolumne County.
Thank you. Staff report.
Great. Good morning. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. We're here today to really honor the library system, and especially for us, Tuolumne County Library. As you just heard, the week of April 13th through 19th is National Library Week, and the theme this year is Lives Change at Your Library, and that couldn't be any more true than what our library staff sees in Tuolumne County. Once a year, we celebrate libraries, and they're truly a great asset that we have in this community. Our librarians are trained professionals. They're always out there. They're helping people of all ages find the things that they need to find. It's amazing what we have. Tuolumne County, as you know, is blessed with the Sonora Main Library. We have 3 branches. They're in Groveland, Tuolumne, and Twain Harte. We also have WOW, our World of Wonder mobile library. It goes out to the remote parts of the county to service people that can't quite get to one of the 3 branches or the Sonora Main. And of course, all of this couldn't be done without the best library staff in the world. The community is very blessed. If I could, I'd bring them all here, but they're getting ready to get to work and open up the doors. But today I want to, with me, I've asked Anita Simpson and Maggie Durgan, who are here. Stand up, you two. Oh, there you are. You guys are so good. They're very shy. Usually I can't get them here. I threatened them today. I just want to recognize them for holding up the ship, for doing the good work, for providing excellent customer service, going beyond the means. There is not a question that when patrons come in and ask for things, they go the extra mile. They're always there to support the other library staff. So I just want to thank them for making the library such a special place and a place where we can really be helpful to the citizens. Just some quick facts, just so you know. This past year, active borrowers for County Tuolumne Library System, 29,474. Items that have been borrowed from our library, 179,266. E-books. This is a program that we started 2 years ago. We are up to, in 1 year, 5,793 being borrowed. Total visits to the library this past year, 177,181. Sessions on the internet, 42,122. And the citizens' request for information, 10,208. It's just astonishing what they do and the services they provide. So with that, I respectfully request that your board proclaim April 13th through 19th as National Library Week, April 15th as National Library Worker Day, and April 16th as the National Bookmobile Day.
Thank you. Bring it back.
Just-
John and then.
Just obviously, thanks to the staff that we do have a functioning library, but I also want to mention the many volunteers that you all work with, and the number here at 5,200 hours of volunteered service. That's tremendous. So thank you for all the hard work you do.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people, it's lost on a lot of people how important the libraries are to us. That number of 29,000 active borrowers, that's almost 60% of the population of our county. So this is a significant program and a very important one to our people. And I want to echo John's thanks for all the volunteers, all the staff, and thanks, Mo, to you too, because you're quite a good advocate for the libraries.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions or comments? Or?
No, I'd just be prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we proclaim April 13th through 19th as National Library Week, April 15th as National Library Workers' Day, and April 16th as National Bookmobile Day in Tuolumne County.
Second.
All right. We got a motion, second on the floor. Any public comment? None. I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, let's move on to item 12.
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming the week of April 6th through 12th, 2014 as Crime Victims' Rights Week in Tuolumne County and approving certificates of recognition commending individuals for their outstanding service to crime victims and the community.
Thank you. Mr. Knowles.
Good morning, honorable board members. Michael Knowles, District Attorney. You have before you a proclamation to decree this week as National Crime Victims' Rights Week. And I'd just like to say that this is a time of year when we can reflect, reorganize, refocus ourselves as we look at crime victims and the people that work with them within our community. It's a special year this year because this marks the 30th year since the signing of the Victims of Crime Act in 1984. The District Attorney's Office in this county was able to get a program up and running in our District Attorney's Office for victims in 1986. But I think as we pause and we look at our system, it's important that we recall, I think, the words that our former leader and president, Ronald Reagan, said when he signed the bill, I think are as applicable today as they were then, when he simply said that our concern for crime victims rests on more than simply the recognition of the fact that it can happen to any of us. All of us have an interest in seeing that justice is done not only for the criminal, but also for those who suffer the consequences of his crimes. Quite candid comment, but every bit applicable today. And what we do during this time of year, of course, is to also recognize individuals who get it, who remember that. Remember the fact that it's not just about the criminals. In the past 30 years, I've witnessed a lot of different challenges and just changes in the system. Probably our most current challenge is how we deal with the forced adventure in community corrections that we've been handed with reorganization and realignment in terms of victims being in situations where they're confronted more frequently on an earlier basis with offenders in our community. The notice provisions, the rights provisions, and as we struggle to make sure that they're taken care of the constitutional right to restitution. We need to recall and remind ourselves that we deal with victims, and aside from worrying about the rights of individuals that may be subject to the force and authority of our system, we're also dealing with a number of people in our community that have suffered. They've suffered injury, physical, emotional, and financial, from a number of different crimes. We take this time to recognize that, to refocus on that, to encourage, and notice that we have people, when we look around, that work within our system that remember that, and we like to acknowledge those people who get it. They think of victims, and I know that many and most do. These people are standouts in terms of what they've done in not only individual cases that pertains to our victims, and I know you have before you another resolution regarding some of our most vulnerable victims, our children. But I'd like to take that time to recognize the recipients. I know we have a few of them that are still here this morning, and basically present them with some recognition. These people work on a daily basis with victims, and they're thoughtful. They're thoughtful. We have a probation officer, Alden Gillette, here, who routinely takes the considerations of the impact on victims in his job every day. We have now Sergeant Greg Rogers, whose dedication in terms of working on his cases and taking the extra time to make sure that the rights of those victims are respected as you deal with people. Because I think it's important that you remember something. In this criminal justice system, and I've had the honor of working with these people for many, many years, we don't deal with widgets and we don't deal with production units. We deal with people. And those people need things. They have needs, they have rights, and they need to be respected. And these people do that. We've honored Chad Ellis from the police department. Chad, on a very short notice, got called into a situation where a ball was dropping. He picked it up and basically scored a goal. Was very thoughtful. It happened to be a child molest case that stood out for us with Sergeant Rogers in terms of his compassion for the victims in helping what was a very age-old case that crossed state lines come to fruition and bring closure to a family. Alden Gillette has a reputation for having compassionate contact with the victims. as he deals with them on a daily basis. Sabrina Katz is one of our victims who is not here today, couldn't be here this morning. Showed a stoic courage and understanding and basically helping get through it, not only to stand up for herself, but to be an example to others. With that, I'd like to ask them to come forward, and hopefully the chairman, you could present them with the
What I'd like to do at this time
recognition.
is get a motion to approve the resolution and the certificates, and then I'll bring these down and we can present them.
Perfect.
So with that, can I get a motion?
So move.
Second.
Is there any public comment? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0, thank you. And with that, I'll hand over the gavel, and
Mr. President, I apologize, but I didn't know if it was, I thought it was going to come up again within the Child Abuse Prevention Council, but we also have Danielle McDaniel, who is a child interview specialist, works with the kids interview team, again, for recognition. Like I said, I thought it was going to again come in with that resolution, but I'd like to put that forth too, because she's on the list here.
I think that's part of this, and I do have the certificate here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Call them up one by one. So we have Detective Greg Rogers. Come up.
Now Sergeant.
Sergeant
Rogers.
Sergeant Rogers. Mr. Rogers. And we have Danielle McDaniel. And Sabrina Katz is not here? No, she's not here. We'll pass that one on. And, yeah, Alden Gillette. Thank you. And the last one we have here is Chad Ellis. Chad's not here. All right. Thank you very much. Could the clerk please read item 13?
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming April as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Tuolumne County.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Martha Golay, and I have the privilege of serving as the chairman for the Prevent Child Abuse Tuolumne County Council for 2014. On behalf of the 15 members of PCATC, I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for considering proclaiming the month of April Child Abuse Prevention Month. I know that all of us desire for the children in our community to grow up in healthy families, in homes filled with hope. The newsletter that we're passing out to you is a bit of a bad news, good news piece. Local statistics indicate that we continue to have children who need intervention services to keep them safe. We acknowledge with great appreciation all our foster care families who open their homes and hearts. The good news is articulated in the newsletter in describing ongoing efforts that strengthen, nurture, and support families who wish to strive for change and growth on behalf of their children. And tomorrow at our annual roundtable luncheon, we're going to have the opportunity to acknowledge and honor some of those families who've made great strides. Other efforts supported through the Prevent Child Abuse Tuolumne County Council are our mini grants providing prevention services geared to bring resiliency into the lives of our youth. In closing, I'd like to give a little pitch for donations. If you haven't paid your property taxes yet, we'd like to ask that when you do that this month, please include an additional check for Tuolumne County Children's Trust Fund. Every dollar received helps to promote PCATC's ongoing efforts to make our community safer for children. Our goal this year is $7,500. With your donation, we will reach that goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board for comments or a motion.
Yeah, I'd like to comment.
Sure.
First of all, thank you for doing what you're doing for the whole team that does this. Child abuse is about the most terrible thing I can think of, innocent children. So I think we need to keep this at the forefront, not just this month, but every day of the year. I've seen it directly and personally, and it's heart-wrenching. So I want to say thank you to you and your team for all you do, and I'll write you a check.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo Supervisor Hanvelt's comments to include the writing of the check. Our children are both our most vulnerable, but also our most important segment of our population. And what we do to lessen the impacts of child abuse are one of the most important tasks that we have as a county and as a community. So again, thank you all for everything that you do.
Thank you. All right.
So with that, I'd like to make a motion that we proclaim April as Child Abuse Month and Prevention Month, and call upon the citizens and community agencies, educators, religious organizations, tribal members, medical facilities, and businesses to increase their participation in the efforts of child abuse, preventing child abuse. And I would also like to encourage them to donate.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any public comment? If not, I'll call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Could the clerk please read item 14?
Presentation of the 2014 Child Abuse Prevention Poster and Poetry Contest winners in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Thank you. Morning, Sarah.
Good morning, Supervisor Royce and members of the board. My name is Sarah Garcia. I'm the activity coordinator for the County Recreation Department. And thank you for allowing us to come back once again this year to honor some young talent in our Child Abuse Prevention Poster and Poetry Contest. The theme this year is Communities Are Built with Families First. And I think a lot of our posters here today really show that. Through our poster and poetry contest, we hope to bring attention to the prevention efforts in Tuolumne County and allow the children to express their feelings about this issue. We'd like to give a special thanks to Prevent Child Abuse Tuolumne County Council for their donation for the prizes. Our first place winners today get $50 cash. Our second place winners get $30, and our third place winners get $20. So those are some pretty good prizes for these posters. So we want to say a special thank you to the council.
Cool.
I'd also like to thank everyone who helped judge these posters. I know it's really hard to do because they're really good, and choosing whose is better is really tough, so thank you. At this time, I'd like to introduce our Youth Center coordinators. They're the ones on the front lines here working with our youth, and they're going to come up and present the winners from their centers. So I'm going to start with Mark Watts, our Groveland Youth Center coordinator.
Good morning. I'm Mark Watts, Groveland Youth Center coordinator, and I'll be presenting the awards for our poster contest for the youth in Groveland. If I call your name, would you come up and stand over by your poster, okay? And then I'll give you your award. Is Skylar here today?
Supervisor Royce, would you mind coming down and
Sure.
helping? Thank you.
Hey, good morning. Wyatt Dowling here today? Wyatt, okay. Hey, Chase, did Chase come this morning? Okay. All right. Okay. Those were our first through third. Now I'm going to go to fourth through sixth grade. And I'll start with our third place, Levi. Would you come up, please? Then Jeremy Moore. And in first place, Tyler Rose. Okay, go ahead and remain standing there. And I'm going to call up the 7th through 8th grade. In third place is Eric Thomas. In second place goes to Kellen Lopez. And first place goes to Michaela Rose. And this morning I went up to Groveland and picked up some of the youth, and it was snowing up there, but the roads were open. We had snow at 2,500 this morning, still snowing up there. So hopefully we get back. Okay, let's give them a hand. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce our Youth Center coordinator from Tuolumne, and that would be Lori. Come on up. She is new in the county to help us out. She's doing a great job. Go ahead. Introduce yourself.
I'm Lori Britt. I'm the new Youth Center coordinator for Tuolumne in Tuolumne City. I have absolutely no one here from my youth center, but I think weather and because of school and jobs, I got a hold of some parents and got a hold of quite a few, but they're not here. So I will be presenting and accepting for them. At this point. All right, for our first through third grade, first place winner is Reese Wynn. I want to make sure I'm saying this right. It doesn't say on here. I'm going to look at these. These are better. So Reese Wynn won first place. Dylan O'Shea won second place. And Bood Forstner won third place. So that's our first through third grade group. They did a great job. I had a lot of those, and a lot of this next group too. We had a big group to choose from for the 4th through 6th grade. So it was hard to choose for them. I had Ashley Esquivel. She was our 4th through 6th grade first place winner. Savannah Eager is our 2nd place winner. And Katie Ash won 3rd place. For our 7th through 8th grade, we have Haley Wright, won 1st. Michaelia Ambright won 2nd, and Ocean Green won 3rd. They did a great job. They all really worked hard on their posters, and I wish they were here to get them. I'll give them to them today. Thank you.
I don't need an introduction. This is my 14th year here, so, you know. Everybody might know me by now. Let's see, Mark was here, so that was about 6 feet, so I got to put this down to about 5 feet. Anyways, as always, we always get a lot of participation out in Jamestown. We always have for the 14 years that I've been here. You know, it's a serious subject, and the kids have fun doing the posters, but it makes them think about what the subject is, and that's the good thing about this, is it's a lot more than just, you know, a little bit of money. You know, life transcends money and a little bit of money, and these young people out there in Jamestown, you know, they get it. There's really no other way to describe it. So, without further ado, we'll go first through third first. Let me get my stuff here. Third place in the first through third grade category, Jaden Pointer. Jaden's here. That's okay. He won't shake my hand either ever. So. There you go. All right, there's my guy. Second place in the category, lovely young lady from Jamestown School, Caitlin Stokes. Oh, thank you. Let's see your poster, Caitlin. Awesome. And first place, I don't know if he's here. I don't know if I've seen him. Caleb Vidielli. Is Caleb here today? No. Okay. Now, 4th through 6th grade. Third place is a young man. The whole family has been through my youth center through the years, know them all. That's the great thing about being out there for such a long time is I've seen a whole generation, brothers, sisters, cousins, aunts, uncles. If they lived in Jamestown, they've been there. Joe Trochi. Second place is another young lady who she's just started coming here kind of this past year, and she's already leaving us. She's moving and going, or she's left and goes to Sonora school now, but she got in this last one before she left. Jada Valentine. And first place, Alicia Bryant. Okay, now we go to the heavy hitters, the junior high school, 7th and 8th grade. Another one whose family, who all girls, been through the youth center through the years. Alyssa Darby. Is Alyssa here today? No, okay. And her best friend, who happens also to be named Alyssa. Alyssa Vandershans? No? Okay. And I know this young lady's here. She always supports the youth center. Charlie Rivera. Okay, thanks for all the kids from Jamestown coming out and their parents for taking the time. It's raining. It's hard to get going in the morning. Got to get the kids out of school, and they make the effort. So thank you, all you parents. And Sarah, take it away.
We have one? Okay.
This is Sarah Garcia again. The final division for our poster and poetry contest is our high school poems. And we have 3 winners this year. I'm not sure if any of them are here, but our 3rd place winner is Courtney Jarvis. Not here today. 2nd place is Randy Scott. Okay. And our 1st place is Alicia Viegas. And I'm really going to put him on the spot right now. Our 1st place winner, we're going to ask for her to read her poem to everyone. You want me to read it? Yeah. Okay, I don't want to be abusive to anyone and make them get up here when they don't want to, so I'll read it for her. As you can see, it says healthy communities, and each letter represents a word. H, hurt. Eating disorder, avoidance, lack of self-esteem. This is why we need healthy families, communities you can see. Compassion and optimism with motivation from loved ones at home, make unique goals and new adventures. In life, mind to seek, take time to inspire every child to smile. And thank you again for having us here today. Can we give a round of applause to everybody that participated?
Okay. Give them a second to clear out here. Give them 1 second. Funny, that little guy. You're not doing your own trash. I got 2 now. All right, go ahead, Alicia, if you want to read 15.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act 14, Section 8630C.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead and start this off. As your board is aware, you have originally declared a local state of emergency due to drought conditions on February 4th, and then renewed that resolution on March 4th. Again, every 30 days, we need to reconsider extending this resolution, and we're here today to recommend that you do so. But before, as become our custom, we'd like to have folks from TUD come and give us an update on what's happening. So we'll start off with Tom Seisha.
Well, good morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, while the PowerPoint is coming up, I'd like to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to update you on the status of this important issue, although in light of 30 years of service from Kevin Burns, who, as a person, I was regulated by Kevin, how about that? As one of the agencies. And I agree with everything that was said. You know, Kevin really looked out for the county, and he did a good job for the county, and it was kind of fun to watch that. And the children, obviously, it's a way different scale. So, at any rate, let's go ahead and move right into it. The precipitation, we've got 14 inches of rain out of this system so far, or to date, and this is Sonora rainfall. It's what we typically monitor. It's the easiest. As you might recall, we normally get about 32 inches of rain on an annual basis. Normally, we should have about 29, so we're quite a ways behind. The next thing is our snow survey, lower relief reservoir. We also have 14 inches of snow pack there. Keep in mind, this is at 8,100 feet. This is normally an area where it would take a snowmobile to get into. Previous surveys, they've been able to drive just in a four-wheel drive truck, so it's significantly different. And the other part of this that's not telling out of the snow survey is that there's not much snow in between. And in talking to some of the hydrologists at Hetch Hetchy, who've been monitoring both our system and general the Sierra, they expect very little snow melt or runoff to occur below 7,500 feet is the current prediction. But unfortunately, the next one will show you that we're not alone. When we look at a little bit broader into just the central Sierra, we're still showing we're quite low. Here we're about 15 inches. The nice thing about this is we're no longer the lowest water year on record. That makes me feel a little bit better, but not much. We still have a ways to go. The next slide shows you just the Monday through Tuesday forecast. This was after the storm got downgraded. Originally, they were expecting well over a foot of snow up at the Strawberry elevation, but it did not occur. And I think the next slide kind of just says it all. When you look at Pinecrest, this is not what it's supposed to look like. This was taken yesterday at Pinecrest. You should see those hills just nothing but white, and you should see a lot of snow. And it's not what we'd like to see, but we've got about 6,700 feet in storage. We'll be looking for the next snow survey to be completed this week, which will be very telling in a couple of ways. As far as the future is concerned, we have a little bit better outlook for the next 1 month. We have at least an equal chance possibly for getting some precipitation, but then when we turn and look forward to the total 3 months, not looking so good. We're continuing to erode. And then since we last saw you, how does this all change? Well, we did our little, with the help of Tom Trott at Twain Harte Community Services District, we developed this little chart. The one on the right is your older one where we had about 12,000 acre-feet of anticipated runoff. Now we've moved up about 1,000 acre-feet since our last presentation to about 13. We still need the 16.5 available. We'll know more after we deal with PG&E and their survey coming up. And then the last couple of slides, you've seen this chart here before where we divided the district up into zones. The upper zone there, again, continues to rely on lions. But what I wanted to talk about really was how we're doing, which we have a little bit in our next slide, which is our water conservation is key. We are seeing impacts from our outreach, which we will continue. You may have seen our ads or heard the radio spots which this board participated in. We appreciate that very much, along with other players, Twain Harte and our friends out at Black Oak. Conservation is still the key. We have seen reductions both in water treatment plant production and also wastewater plant flows. Both have dropped off the direction we want to go. In the middle zone, most of the wells will be online within 30 days or by May 1st. We've already have some online, so that center section that we were talking about converting from surface water from Lyons and Strawberry to wells only, we've begun that. There have been some recognition that the water quality is changing. We have a flyer in the back of the room that discusses that a little bit for anyone that's interested, but we will continue to look at options there for doing some additional treatment. The Millville well will be online by June 1st, possibly sooner. Our planning, we counted on all these things being online by June 1st. So even the one that is farthest out is still going to meet our schedule for what we need to assure getting by. And the new Maloney's agreement is in its final stages. I expect it to be approved by my board on the 8th, and we'll be turning the pumps on. If we continue to have weather like this, we'll stall that out as much as possible, mostly for economic reasons. And other than that, do you have any questions? And thank you again for your support.
Thank you. Questions? I'll take public comment in a second, making sure there's nothing from the board first.
I'd just like to make sure that we get the word, and I'm sure that Tracy will do that for us, on what the results of the PG&E snowpack survey are.
Yes.
I guess they're going on today or tomorrow, right?
It kind of depends on their access, because normally they fly in.
Okay. I guess at this time, come on up. We'll do public comment.
Rich London with Wendina Research Institute. Tom, how much water is in the Limekiln?
The Limekiln Caverns, according to previous reports, have about 1,500 acre-feet of water in storage and has a recharge rate of a little less than 200 gallons a minute.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would like to have Tracy maybe summarize the meeting we had just a few days ago with some of the other water agencies.
Sure. Hi, Tracy.
Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. I apologize for getting in here late. I didn't realize how many people were participating and kind of got stuck in everyone coming out and me trying to get through that. So as your board knows, you're reviewing this again on every 30 days, and it is that time. Now, on this last Friday, we did have our third monthly drought task force meeting. We did have good participation. It's not quite up to where we'd like it to be, but we'll continue working and reaching out to the small water companies to try and increase that number of participants. It was a good meeting. The overall feeling was positive. The individuals are sharing actions that they're taking. Most of them are putting out voluntary water conservation requests, and they have all reported that they are seeing a reduction. It's hard, it seems, for them to measure this time of year because water overall use is less than what we'll see as we move into the summer months. So that's where we're really going to have to push the water conservation. We did have also California Department of Public Health who's there. They've been a great resource for us and for our water companies and utility districts in that they have some funding available that they're willing to step in and begin looking at projects now. One of the items that they're able to offer are technical support for our small water companies. So they're willing to host a it's a workshop for these water companies to begin drafting drought conservation plans. Many of them don't have these types of plans. So in the near future, you'll be seeing an announcement coming out that we will be hosting that hopefully within the next few weeks so they can begin drafting those water conservation plans. Many of them, in order to actually get any type of enforcement for water conservation, need to get approval through the PUC. And again, Cassie with the California Department of Public Health is willing to work with each of them, take them through the process and to write those and get them approved through the PUC. The other thing that we have is in the near future, we will be holding community forums. We'll be partnering up with TUD and going out to each of the supervisorial districts. The first one will be on April 30th. The City of Sonora is hosting it at the Sonora Opera Hall, and it will be at 6:30. Again, we'll be working with Tuolumne Utilities District, and we'll be getting these out into the public so that everyone knows where and when these will be happening. And, of course, individuals are able to participate in any of those forums, not just the one in which that they reside. And finally, we will be back to you, and because this declaration needs to be renewed and reviewed by your board no less than every 30 days, the way that the months fall for these next board meetings, we will be back on April 15th in just 2 weeks, and then again back on May 6th for you to review this action again at that point. Is there anything?
I'll just mention we continue to do everything we can to support TUD and the other water companies and districts, including participating in meetings with state and federal agencies. And there's some more of those coming up later this week. And we're there to just, again, provide emphasis, extend the support of the county in any way we can to these companies, express the urgency of the matter to those state and federal representatives. And something I know this board's talked about a lot, and this is the general line of business too, is we need people to be in a position of knowledge of our situation, how our system works. As Tom's gone through the things, here's the plan, here are all the things that can go wrong, and we need people who are in a position to make decisions and do that in short order if, you know, bad things happen. Even though I think it's a good plan, a lot of things can happen, and we're going to need agility from all those different agencies to make decisions so we can make sure that we have water, to ensure we have water for public health and safety reasons. The only other thing I'd mention that came up during the meeting we had, the Water Task Force meeting, is while we know that we have a clear goal set by agencies like the Tuolumne Utilities District of 50% conservation, folks were asking, well, what should the rest of us be doing if our district hasn't given us a specific target? And when that question comes up, you know, we encourage people to follow the voluntary goal set forth by the governor at 20% conservation, whether you're on a private well or whatever system you're in. If there hasn't been a standard set by the water company or agency that you're under, you know, we're encouraging everyone to follow the proclamation by the governor calling for a voluntary conservation of at least 20% goal.
Carl?
Yeah. I want to thank TUD for taking their time to come and keep us up to snuff and everything on what's going on. So thank you for your time. I just want to, I've said it every time that we've addressed this situation, I just want to make sure that if there's some people out there that continue to think that this isn't a real emergency, it is. And we do need conservation across the board. Groundwater is an unknown issue, and you're not going to want to have to drill a new well. I just did one last year, not because of the drought, but for personal reasons, but it's an expensive proposition. So I would encourage everybody throughout the county, and certainly those in TUD and Twain Harte who are under mandatory conservation, but I would also encourage everybody in all the water districts and on private wells to do their very best to conserve, because we haven't recharged our groundwater system the way we normally would, and that recharges we haven't recharged our surface water system the way we normally do, and the surface water system recharges the groundwater system. So that's it. Thanks, and thanks for coming.
Ready?
Yeah, Tom and Lisa, I want to thank you for this presentation. Picture of Pinecrest Lake is actually encouraging. Supervisor Rotifer and I went up to take a look about 3 weeks ago, and this is a far cry from what we saw, so this is encouraging. And I know you won't be able to answer this question, but maybe in your next report you can give us at least a scientific guess at where you think we'll get to water level in that lake. You going to get a snowpack? I'm just curious where you think it'd go, because 3 weeks ago, I wasn't even sure we'd get a picture like this. Well, there was no snow anywhere, and so it's encouraging.
Where is that picture taken from, Tom?
You know, it was sent to us, I'm not sure. Just someone hiking around the lake. It's like I went up.
I'll send you my picture from 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
You'll understand why I make that comment.
Well, you know, they may have walked closer to the shore rather than to give a perspective. And yes, in the coming, our first round of predicting what's known as the Pinecrest drawdown curve starts this week with the Forest Service and PG&E and state and NGOs. So that'll be a moving target for a while, but it'll have to be locked down soon, and we've made it very clear that the district will need to withdraw water from Pinecrest. Hopefully not before Labor Day, but depending on some of these final snow surveys and whatnot, we could have to.
Sherry?
Yeah, and just real quickly, I want to encourage the public. Tracy mentioned the forums that we're going to be holding, and there's going to be a lot of good information in those, especially with some of the gray water potential, things out there for capturing that. I know Rob will be, I think, doing a presentation, and so just want to encourage the public to attend and find out what all of the other resources are that might be available out there.
Thank you. And just quickly, I want to add just a little kudos to Rob Kostlevy with environmental help. A lot of the efforts that he's been involved with at the state level regarding gray water, groundwater monitoring, and all that kind of stuff. I really appreciate the emails and the updates and stuff I'm getting from you, so keep that up. And also thank you to you guys. It's awesome what you're doing. With that, I'll just ask for a motion.
I move to extend the state of emergency for the next 30 days.
Public comment? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. Thank you. Yep. Okay. Moving on, we are at item 16, and I believe that's going to be moved to a later date. So we will hear item 17.
Consideration of awarding the Twinehart Pool renovation project to Haskell and Haskell Engineering and Construction Services and approving the agreement for completion.
Thank you.
Great. Good morning. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. I'm here before you today regarding the Twinehart project. As you know, the county several years ago received Roberta Z. Berg Harris grant in the amount of $324,000. Specifically, the grant funds were to go to fixing up the pool. We were looking at a new chemical storage facility, installation of drain pipes, a new deck and pathways to that. This past June, a call for bids was sent out, and upon the bid opening, we only received 2 bids. Both bids were way over what we had as far as the engineer's estimate and the bid and the amount we had in the budget. At your August 20th board meeting, we came back to you with a recommendation to reject all bids and to go back and work with the architect to refine the scope of work. Staff did, you approved that, and staff went back and worked with the architect. At your 20th meeting, staff also was recommending at that time to resurface the pool. The pool currently is not up to code, and that was something that we desperately needed to do. So that was added to the scope of work. Just this past February, your board approved the revised project plans. We recognized additional money, and you authorized us to go out to bid. At the mandatory bid walk that we held for this project, we had 10 general contractors and several subcontractors, including pool specialists. We were very encouraged by that. Unfortunately, when bids came to be opened, we only received 1 bid, and that was from Haskell and Haskell Engineering and Construction Services, with a base bid of $586,188. This amount was over our budgeted that we had for this project of $451,602 was the amount we had in the budget. Staff was creative. We tried to, when we went out to bid, we tried to put as much flexibility into the scope as we could, and we had bid adds and deducts. So the staff is when we reviewed those and how much it was going to cost or save us, as noted in your staff report, staff is fine with the use of CMU block and asphalt shingles on the mechanical building. This will result in a savings of $18,435. As mentioned earlier, the resurfacing in the pool is very badly needed. If we don't do this, then we'll need to come back at a future date real soon asking for additional money. So staff is recommending that we resurface the pool and put it as far as the base scope of work, and that would be a cost of $42,350. If we took the deduct and additive in, we're looking at a total cost for this project of $617,415, thus putting us at a shortfall, as far as our budget is concerned, of $165,813. So staff was struggling with what to do, and our recommendation to the board, we went ahead and had the advice of both Supervisor Royce and Supervisor Gray. Due to their construction backgrounds, we went back and talked to them again about the status of the pool, the funding source, the grant, we're going to have to either use it or give back the funds by this January 2015. And so kind of looking for them as far as what they would recommend to staff to do. And their recommendation was to come before you today with, to accept the bid from Haskell and Haskell, and to include both the bid deduct of the shingles and the CMU block, and then to resurface the pool. And the ADA walkway, I'm sorry, that's, to me, it's a given. We need to do that no matter what. Sorry about that. So to cover the shortfall, staff is recommending that savings from the jail repair project of $164,248 and our re-roofing line item, both contained in the capital budget, be transferred into the Twain Harte Pool project to cover this item. There are some other alternatives as far as funding this project. If you wanted, we could reduce the general fund contingency by the amount needed to cover it, or we can recognize additional funds from the general fund revenues. So I'm here today before you to ask authority to go ahead and award the contract to Haskell and Haskell Engineering and Construction Services in the amount of $617,415 for the Twain Harte Pool renovation, and able to answer any questions you may have.
Just a comment, in reviewing those plans, I believe the difficulty is where the pool's located, and that's what drives up the cost. Your specialty pool contractors aren't really that close, and they have to bring staff from a long way, they have to house them, and that seems to be what's driving up the cost, in my opinion, on it, because the job isn't all that complicated. It's just, I believe, where it's at. So we could fill it with sand, make a sandbox out of it. I'm sure that'd make the people in Supervisors Royce district real happy.
Could we move the cats from animal control to the sandbox?
You guys are going to get beat up. I think this is something that we have to do because, first of all, we're going to lose the money that we have to do this project, and it's a critical project, and we're going to end up paying for the whole thing out of pocket if we don't do it. It'd be nice if we had time to go out and bid it again and try to get more competition, but we've already done that, and we only got one after soliciting a whole slew of contractors across the state. As John said, unfortunately, we live in an area that doesn't have a lot of specialty pool contractors, and so we don't get a lot of attention from it. But I like the project put together the way it is as far as the deducts and the ads. I agree with staff. I don't think we need to plaster the block building, just do a split face block. It'll save $12,000. That's a good savings. As far as the pool surface, it's got an existing fiberglass surface. In the original bid that we put out, we were just going to repair that, and it was almost as much money. Not to mention, we're probably going to have to come back and fix it again, which is going to cost more money, and it's also a problem for the businesses around there because it has to be done during summer hours, the on-season hours because of the water table. So as this is written, I support it, and I appreciate staff's time on this, and unfortunately, we got to swallow another chunk, but it is what it is.
A question on, I'm prepared to make a motion to approve this to go to bid with Haskell and Haskell, but in that motion, do we have to include how we're going to finance the difference?
Yeah.
That'd be good to have on record. I actually have authority to move the money, but because of the amount of it, definitely like to have that on record by the board.
Yeah.
Okay. So that I would include that in my motion, that we would move it from the general fund.
It's from the two capital line items in the memo.
Okay.
To the pool line item in the same cost center. It's in the same cost center.
That would be my motion.
Second.
All right. Any public comment? And once again, I want to thank staff for this, and I know they put a lot of time into it. And to all the businesses in Twain Harte, I've gotten a lot of emails and concerns about the hours. We're going to do everything we possibly can to keep it open, but it's going to be a good project when it's done. And if they have any concerns, they can contact me or Mo, and we'll take care of it. So with that, one more comment.
Yeah, Ms. Frank, this is the pool we expect to be shut down all summer?
That's correct. We will not be able to open this pool this season. We will have Tuolumne, Sonora, and Columbia open for use, though.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0. Thanks, Mo. Okay, so that was item 17, and we're going to go out of order here based on our clerk's schedule and take item
19.
19, yeah.
Consideration of providing direction to staff on what actions the county should take in light of the United States Department of Agriculture Secretary Vilsack's correspondence on the 2013 rim fire.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the board, just by way of reminder, your board sent a letter back in January to USDA Secretary Tom Vilsack requesting an investigation of the cause and early actions in response to the 2013 rim fire, as well as having a multi-agency after-action review done on this fire. We've waited to get a response, which you now have in your packet. I'll just note, I know it falls short of the expectations of the board. We did receive two other documents that there's three things that kind of provide the official record thus far on the fire. One was a letter that was sent to Congressman McClintock on this issue several weeks ago. There was also early action packet of information that was generated by the Forest Supervisors Office, and now we have the Secretary Vilsack letter. As far as the investigation goes, Sarah Creo, County Counsel, looked into that, and I'll let her report in just a moment. And I do have a report from Susan Skowski on the multi-agency after-action review. So perhaps let Counsel go.
Sure. I was able to speak with one of the U.S. attorneys, Kevin Rooney, who's been assigned this matter last week. He wasn't able to provide much information. He indicated that the investigation was thorough, that there was a lot of data collected, so it's taking quite a bit of time to review it. This case is a huge priority for their office, and that they will be proceeding at some point in the future. He did not give me a date.
Did he indicate proceeding how?
No.
Okay.
Okay, as far as, excuse me, go ahead.
I'm not sure, maybe it'd help if the DA was here, but I'm not sure what the protocol is, but could we ask for a closed session hearing or a closed session meeting with the prosecutor down in Fresno? Would that?
I don't think that there's anything in the Brown Act that would allow that type of meeting to occur.
So I have a comment in general. This was really disappointing. It was more or less a generic letter, in my opinion. And we asked 8 specific questions, and it's a missed opportunity. I understand, and I really did not expect to get answers on any of those items or questions that were relating to, potential prosecutions. I really did not anticipate that. But we had questions that, when and where was retardant used and how many drops were made, what were the rules, and policies that applied to the United States Forest Service firefighters, and how are they different from those of CAL FIRE. There were at least 4 questions in the 8 that could have had a direct answer, and they didn't. And I know we need to really discuss what the next steps are. I think we're going to have some public comment, and I want to hear that before we look at potential next steps. But I just want to say up front that this response was really disappointing and a missed opportunity.
I'll go one step further. I think this response was a slap in the face to the Board of Supervisors in Tuolumne County. They did not answer a single question that was asked, and I also would be very interested in public comment. But I think as a minimum that we need to pursue this response, both with Secretary Vilsack, but I think we also need to pursue this response with our legislators. I think it's totally unsatisfactory response.
I agree with Supervisor Rotifer. I think this is just plain unacceptable. It took forever to get a response, and they could have written this in 30 minutes. The Forest Service is playing lip service with this. I won't accuse them of hiding anything, but I think their service to the community. They supposedly work for us as citizens of this country, and this is, well, they may think it's their forest, it's our forest, has a major impact on our lives. I don't think they have even looked at any lessons learned from this, and I point out that they're doing forest management plans in the Sequoia, Sierra, and Inyo forest, which are going to try and cookie cutter, if you will, into our forest. I think it is unacceptable that we haven't done a lessons learned from rimfire that can be adequately applied to our future going forward. I don't think we know what happened in those early days and what contributed to it. We need to learn from this thing and make a positive difference going forth. We can't change rimfire, but we can certainly do better than we have in the past. That fire was wildly out of control that first week, and some of our citizens got hurt very, very bad from that. And I believe we also need to insist that our Forest Service, local forest management people take a serious effort to help those people who were hurt so bad. And I'm speaking of the grazing permittees now. And I know that isn't happening. They've been told they aren't going back on the forest. And I heard in a meeting I sat in that we will help those people. We will allow grazing where it's possible to allow grazing. We will take and use underutilized allotments. We will find alternative allotments, and none of that's happening. I'm just disappointed in our Forest Service and the actions they've taken. They are not supporting our community.
Yeah, I just, obviously, we didn't get all of our questions answered. In the letter back, we had, he cited the 8 questions that we did, but there is something I think we need to read into the letter a little bit deeper, and that's the second to last paragraph within the letter, because it is our opening, and it's a place where I think that we need to center our energy. And I'm going to read it. It says, further, in an effort to ensure this type of tragedy does not occur again, especially considering U.S. Forest Service resources were limited, at least initially, we are seeking a multi-agency action review. We believe this type of review must include the Department of Agriculture. I believe this is where we really need to center our energy and questions as far as whether what was done, whether things were done right. This is, to me, is the most compelling part of the letter that we sent to the Secretary. So if we can put our energy still within that realm, I think we will be more successful. We certainly need to answer that paragraph, in my mind, more importantly.
Mr. Chairman, County Council got to give her report. I still give my report on the after-action review. Because it does make a comment in here. It says the Forest Service stands ready to participate in a multi-agency after-action review once the other fire and land management agencies are prepared to conduct such a review. So I did contact Supervisor Skalski. What does that mean? How can we move forward on that statement? And what Supervisor Skalski said that she's more than willing to do is to have a after-action review that she could call and feels comfortable doing so with Forest Service only. She said, though, she's also open to a multi-agency review if I could assist her in just reaching out to CAL FIRE Parks as well. I don't have an issue with that, asking to have them participate. I'm fairly sure that they will participate, as well as the cooperators, because we had talked about that, having a handful of representatives, particularly the cattlemen up there, and also timber interest. If we kept it to 2 or 3 representatives with other agencies that were involved in the management of the fire, she was open to having that after-action review and working and constructing such a session. And just to say, these are typically non-public sessions, but that's where you can go into an overview of the event, the highlights of it, what went well, what didn't go so well, what can we do better the next time, which is consistent with what you put in your letter. She would just like to make sure that the objectives are clear for the after-action review and is willing to participate in it. Chris Scow, her fire manager for the forest, would be the point for the Stanislaus National Forest from her staff. And she is looking for some help from the region to help facilitate that session as well. So if your board would like, I would be more than happy to work with Supervisor Skalski in creating that, pulling that after-action group together, coming up with an outline, clear objectives, and getting that keyed up.
Jerry, and then these two guys.
Yeah, and I think that definitely is a start on that piece of it, and Supervisor Gray, that's important. But I think there are a lot more questions here that we've got to get answers to, and I'm going to go back to what Supervisor Rotifer said about moving this forward. I have an economic impact of the 2013 rim fire on just the natural lands, and this preliminary assessment was done by the City of San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, done by Earth Economics, and this is just on the natural lands. It evaluated grasslands and meadows, herbaceous wetlands, shrubs, lakes, rivers, riparians, forest mix, forest conifers. So this isn't taking into the economic piece of it for the county, and the estimate on the high end of this is $736 million lost in, and that would be the carbon that was released, and I mean, it's a pretty comprehensive report, but that's a staggering number. And we've got to get at some of these other questions.
Yeah, I want to echo John's comment. I think it is very important, and I think our response to Secretary Vilsack ought to start off with that, appreciating the fact that he is offering up the multi-agency after-action review, and I think that's a very important step to take. And I would encourage our CAO taking the lead to try and help Forest Supervisor Skalski put together that. I would certainly hope that there would be Board of Supervisor representation in that process as well. That's very, very important, and we do need to get everything positive that we can out of the rimfire. However, I think that our letter also needs to focus on those things that were not answered. This is an issue of transparency in government, and I think that at the very best, the Forest Service has been opaque in this process. And I think that I think there needs the shades need to be pulled back, and we need to know what went on. I'm not on a witch hunt. I'm not after anybody's head, but I think that if we are truly going to go forward in this, we need to understand what really happened out there. And I'll be honest with you, it's not through a lack of extreme effort on my part, but I have no idea. Okay. Beyond what I've been told by the Forest Service, which is very little and very unsubstantiated. So I do agree with Supervisor Gray, and I would like our letter to lead off with the positive, but I do think that we need to address those things that are still of concern to this community. Thank you.
I don't disagree with those comments. However, I point out to you the Forest Service stands ready to participate in a multi-agency after-action review. They should be leading it. So my recommendation is if they won't lead it, we encourage the CAO and the staff to put that together. I would volunteer to participate since I was pretty close to that event every day during the fire, and because it is absolutely essential that we not only learn from what happened good, bad, and indifferent in that fire, so it isn't repeated, not only in Tuolumne County, but it's going to be repeated everywhere else in the state of California if we're not careful. There's going to be immense damage. One of the people who's very close to this reported to me that he told the U.S. Forest Service that in California our forest management is being dictated by fire salvage, and it is overwhelming the infrastructure that exists. That is insane. We need to be ahead of the game, and we need to, and it's going to take a long time to recover from what I think is 25 years of active neglect and mismanagement. I'm not going to blame anybody for that. It's past, but we don't have to sit there and continue to do what we did and expect something different. You've heard that old line before. We need to make some serious changes, and we need to, if the Forest Service won't lead the activity on this, then we need to do it and move forward, because it's important the world knows what happened here so we don't do it again, and we will.
Any other comments? I guess I'll make mine. I agree basically with what's been said. I'm okay with pursuing an after-action review through the county. And I don't know if we want to focus on that through the Natural Resources Committee, and then that's okay with me. The other thing, I would actually be interested in having that committee.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd recommend not doing it that way. It was an OES, related thing. I think Randy's perfect because he was the Director of Emergency Services, and perhaps one other board member. You're also involved. That's where if there's some other member, but if it was done under the Emergency Services, that's typically how we would do it rather than a committee. But we could have a couple board members. Makes the easy pick is the Director of Emergency Services at the time, which is Supervisor Handbelt.
That's fine. I think there's several components that need to be considered in the after action. One is the initial response, the way the resources were put to the fire and how it went from a single ignition to a 400 square mile fire. The other thing that needs to be looked at, which I think is more of a Natural Resources Committee item, is how the forest was managed for decades that led up to the conditions that allowed a rimfire. I think that something needs to be considered in fundamental structure of the Forest Service and the nature of that bureaucracy and the accountability that's built into that. One of the questions I had at the last meeting was about grand jury investigations. Anytime a county or a local entity makes a mistake, somebody can report that to grand jury and they can investigate it. There's no process to investigate a federal bureaucracy, and you have basically agencies left to look after themselves. There is Congress, if that's what you're going to say.
Well, actually, there's two levels. One is what we asked for from Secretary Vilsack, and he dodged it, and that is an independent USDA investigation of the Forest Service response. That's an IG, Inspector General level kind of activity.
Yeah.
And that's normally done by the parent organization of the organization being investigated.
Okay.
And then obviously the other one is a congressional level, and that's why I recommended that our letter, that we pursue this response not only again with Secretary Vilsack, but with Congress, because that's the only oversight for a department level government agency that I know of anyway.
So that's what I would want to do as well then, is reply to this letter and focus more on what we're looking for, which is that
independent investigation.
Yeah, and then also a letter to Congress, and I guess we would probably send that to McClintock along with all the members of the Natural Resources Committee, or how would that happen?
From discussions that I've had with McClintock's staff and also Congressman McClintock himself, I think that their desire is to have it not at the subcommittee level, but to have it at the committee level, full committee level. So we would probably want to address the chairman of the committee as well as Representative McClintock.
And do we want to draft these two letters through the Natural Resources Committee and then bring it back to us within like 4 weeks or so?
I think staff could draft one up. I'm not it depends on when the Natural Resources Committee.
It might be more timely just to have staff follow up and bring it back.
Yeah, I think the staff just brings it back at our next meeting. The one comment that I would have, I think that the one thing that we want to do if we're successful in setting up a multi-agency after-action review is focus on an after-action review and not so much deal with the issue. There are other activities going on now that are dealing with the issue of the forestry management problems that precipitated the fire, but we don't want to muddy the waters because then we're going to get into, a blame kind of thing. The after-action review ought to be a very clinical look at what happened, why it happened, and what can we learn from it. Not who can we fire, not whose head can we chop off, but what can we learn from it going forward so that the next time that a fire like this starts, somebody else in some other community doesn't end up with a 400 square mile scab in their backyard.
And I think that would be important in the tone of the letter that we're writing. That's what we're.
That's the intent.
That's the intent. That's what we're after.
I agree. So is that direction clear?
I do believe so, and I want to echo, I think Supervisor Rutherford said that perfectly. And I'll go back to the tape for that information. And I'm glad even the distinction between, you're looking at the event and the event only, the clinical review versus the policies, which appropriately go through natural resource. That's a bigger, issue with long-term implications.
That's right.
Yeah, and that's not to say that's not important. We need to do that too, but we need to separate those things.
Right. Okay, so.
Public comment?
Yeah, happily.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here to speak to you. And my name's Stuart Crook, and I was badly affected by this fire. And I appreciate what you guys just said. You kind of took the thunder out of me because I wanted to be here weeks ago, but my health didn't allow that to happen. But all I want to say is that this is our county. This is your county. This is our county. And we have the Forest Service out here. This coordination has to really come into focus. You got to be involved in everything that's going on with the Forest Service. And it's really nice that you want to be nice into your letters and don't blame people and don't hurt anybody's feelings. But enough is enough. You're going to have to hammer down on them. I know you have to do it the right way, in the legal way and all that, but by golly, I've been through 3 of these fires that affected us, and I'm tired of it. And I just feel that you guys are doing a good job of what you're doing. You're not getting any answers, but hammer them harder. Hammer them harder and get some answers and see what's going on. I mean, so many people have been affected, not only us, but all the businesses around. We lost 500 acres of timber. It was a $2 million piece of property. It's worth $20,000 right now. And then they have then they want to charge us $50,000 to get out this timber that we didn't want to get out. We had to get it out. And so here we are down again, kicking us in the gut when we're down. But accountability, the county needs to take over. It's your guys' land, really. It's our county. It's under the Forest Service, but I just wish there was a way to change that. And then the grazing thing, here we are. We're affected again, and we have nowhere to go. We lost 90 head. A friend of mine, Dan, lost 50 head. And, we have cattle left. We still have a lot of cattle left. We got to find a place to put them. And then we get this letter that gets circulated out by this local environmental group that says they don't want cattle up there for a decade plus. Now, what rationality is that? And I just, my emotions are coming out. I'm upset, but I really do appreciate what you guys were saying. And if you can just find out what the heck happened And I believe that this fire should have been stopped at 800 to 1,000 acres. And it'll be just neat to see what comes out of that. Thank you.
More public comment?
Rich London with Wangina Research Institute. We were right across the street. We saw a backfire right across the valley. We had to evacuate. But the reason I'm speaking to the supervisors today is this. All the in-holdings within the, quote, forest boundary are people that were getting hurt by forest activities. In addition, outside of the forest actual areas that they control actively, there are outholdings, isolated sections that the Forest Service owns or has administrative use of. If the Forest Service can't protect the in-holdings and the extra holdings, they should, under an enabling act from Congress, be restricted to just their holdings, and that's it. But if they aren't going to be restricted to their holdings, then they should compensate the people that have the in-holdings, because the compact was made with them when the enabling act was put through, that they would protect the people that had the in-holdings within. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you guys for being here. We have a grazing allotment on the Forest Service, 3 of them actually we run with crooks. I'd just like to say that this fire was treated, we felt much like the 87 complex fire. After the fire, ourselves, the Ericksons, and the crooks were asked by the Forest Service to bring ideas to the table on grazing the allotments that burned during the rim fire to a meeting in February, which we did. At the beginning of the meeting, Susan Skalski said there would be no grazing in 2014 due to drought and no regrowth. We said we would like to visit the unburned areas in consideration for grazing because February was too early for growth and rain was still possible, and which she agreed. So in March, we met with about 20 people, including Forest Service employees, UC Davis scientists, CCA employees, county supervisor, and permittees to come up with some agreeable standards and metrics, as the Forest Service called them, of measuring growth of vegetation so we could monitor this over the next couple of months to see if grazing would be a possibility. At the end of the day, we were asked by the Forest Service to submit a grazing proposal of how we would manage grazed cattle in these allotments. Since this meeting, we have had some good rain in the mountains. Susan Skalski told us last week on the phone there would be no grazing in 2014, maybe not 15, and we would look at 2016. We don't think this is considering the recent or upcoming storms. We have not heard anything about the standards or metrics that we were going to monitor. We just submitted our grazing proposals this week, so the Forest Service had not seen them yet. And we have some allotments that the Forest Service has not even looked at as far as grazing. They asked us for pictures of it. There is ground north of our allotment that was taken away from a family called Swears in the 60s and has not been grazed since. This ground would support 200 head of cattle this summer, and since this is an emergency situation, we think we should be able to use it. We don't want our permit to get taken away like Swears did and not get it back. We lost cattle, pasture, timber, fences. The crooks lost their cabin, and now we're going to lose our summer grazing for no legitimate reason, and we want to know why. We feel this is a result of a fire that was not put out in the beginning, and the loss of our private property was due to poor fire management. Just like the complex fire of 87, as far as we can tell, nothing's changed in fire management by the Forest Service, and we should look for another fire in 20 years if it is not grazed, logged, or managed differently. Can the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors do anything to help us get legitimate answers to why we cannot graze unburned areas in the forest or burned areas that have had suitable regrowth this spring? Thank you.
Yeah, just first, I understand that there's a metrics meeting tomorrow with the U.S. Forest Service. on grazing. That might answer some of the questions. The other thing is, I understand that there is going to be money provided to the permittees for fencing replacement. Is that correct?
They said there will be some, but yes, but we got the phone call last week. Yeah, they said there is some money available for fencing. I don't know if it's going to cover what we lost. In '87, the Forest Service rebuilt a lot of the fences, but it doesn't sound like it's going to happen like that this time.
Yeah, my understanding it was somewhere around $500,000 to be divided up amongst the permittees, and the largest part going to the southern part, and I believe that's where most of your grazing is. So maybe something to look forward to. I don't know the particulars on that metrics meeting. I don't know who's invited, but maybe we can find out and get that information out.
Yeah, if there is a meeting, we just wondered why we were told no last week before the meeting.
Can't answer that question, but that would be a good one to ask at the metrics meeting.
Okay, but my question was, what can you guys do to help us with this?
That's what we're just working on.
Question, did you know about the metrics meeting tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Public comment? Any other? All right, I'm going to bring it back for a second. I think we have some direction. I have one other thing. Comment sparked by Mr. Crook mentioned coordination, and we have our coordination documents, and I don't think that that's being used. We have the MOU with the Forest Service. What's the status of that? How is that being? Maybe that's not even something we need to consider right now, but I would just direct maybe agendizing, considering an update of the policy documents we do have to more reflect the current events and so forth.
I would like to invite Forest Supervisor Skowski to come to our next board meeting and explain to the citizens of Tuolumne County what her position and views are on coordination.
She is scheduled, I believe, on is it the 15th, Alicia, at 11, to give an annual report. She's already scheduled to be here.
I would like a specific item for her to address coordination so that the people of Tuolumne County can hear from our forest supervisor what her position and her view of Forest Service responsibilities under coordination are.
Okay.
Just to answer one of your comments, the coordination document approved by this board is 3 years old. The MOA, which was sponsored by CSAC RCRC with both U.S. Forest Service and BLM, is 18 months old. I told Susan, I said, so what's happened? Nothing has happened. I don't believe they've even read the documents. There is a directive out of Washington that they will not coordinate. Coordinate in legal terms is they're unwilling to do, but they at least ought to comply with MOA, and we ought to ask her.
Okay. So we can ask that, and we can consider where we're going to go from there.
Yeah, and I'll just give the brief, because on the area issue of coordination, their general counsel says there's an absolute obligation to coordinate when it comes to the development of land management plans, and there's no question about that. That's coming up, very important on the issue, but they do not believe they need to adhere to coordination beyond that. That's from their general counsel. As far as the MOA, as I reported to this board before, we did outline a protocol to follow the MOA formally and trying to get it drafted and get that approved through the Forest Service, back to Natural Resources Committee, back to this board. So we do have a formal protocol to conduct what the memorandum of agreement said. So there has been work. I don't want to just have it stand. There's been no discussion, no work. There has been on that. But I do know the board's been very unhappy because the spirit of it has not been followed.
Well, I will say that I have had discussions with Forest Supervisor Skowski and about her views on that, and I think it's very important that our public knows what the Forest Service, the local Forest Service's views are on that topic, and I look forward to listening to Ms. Skowski explain that to our people.
Okay. Is there anything else? You got
Yeah.
everything, Craig?
The only other thing that I might suggest is that an item go to the Natural Resource Committee following up on the concerns with the
Following
grazing
up,
community.
focused on grazing and.
Yeah, and Supervisor Hanfield might take that item up.
You have consensus on that?
Hmm.
Okay, I think we're good on that. Okay. Let's see here. I'm going to try to get through a couple of these, and we'll take a quick break before 11.
18. We're going to go 18 and then 19A. Okay.
19, we were just given direction. We're done there, so yeah, we're going to go to 18.
Consideration of approving correspondence on the United States Forest Service rim fire hazard tree removal environmental assessment.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I know you're, oh, go ahead, sorry.
Sorry. Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. On the theme of rim fire, this is the second opportunity for your board to comment on the rim fire hazard tree removal environmental assessment. You previously commented. This is the follow-up. The issues are the same. The comment letter, as you can see, points out, let me just go through exactly what we're stating. We want them to continue with the emergency situation determination, which allows them to speed up. Even if litigation were to occur, they can move forward with the actual removal of the timber. The one point that was discussed at the Natural Resources Committee that we wanted to emphasize in this particular letter deals with what to do with the slash. Is it burned on site? Is it piled and burned, or is it removed? And we had considerable discussion, and the follow-up letter that you'll discuss a little bit later from your air pollution control officer also mentions the desire to move it off-site, the slash, and to go to biomass. Other than that, we want this to move forward quickly so that we don't lose the opportunity to have merchantable timber. The letter's here for your consideration.
Carl.
Yeah, I think the Natural Resources Committee has done a great job on that. And I really think it's important that we emphasize, and we did, I'm just stating it for the public, the importance of using that slash as usefully as we can for jobs, for energy, for all the right reasons. And I don't believe that burning it on site in most cases, when it doesn't need to be, meets those criteria. I think it's much better to take it out of the forest and use it where it can create some energy and create some jobs.
Yeah, I want to just acknowledge the attachment letter that we have from the Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions Collaborative Group, talking on the same line that we are talking. This is a tremendous amount of cooperation amongst that group to come onto the same page, and I believe it's important, and in my opinion, that's going to make it work, because once we all get on the same page, everything seems to move forward, so hopefully we continue that.
So, Mr. Chairman, just to pick up on what Supervisor Gray mentioned, there's two issues here. One is to approve the correspondence to the United States Forest Service. That's your letter to attachment D from the board. And the other is to endorse the proposed letter from the Yosemite Stanislaus Solutions Collaborative, just calling for getting the hazard trees removed speedily and making a statement that it's really in no one's interest for litigation to hold that up.
I neglected to comment on the YSS letter in my first comments, but I have to tell you that I'm very encouraged by the level of cooperation and from across this various spectra on this effort. And I not only would like to support their letter as well, but I would also hope that this is the first in many collaborative efforts in many different areas to include land use going forward. It's really a good model.
Can I get a motion? Oh,
Well, yeah,
Sherry.
and I'll make the motion, but I just want to add to those comments. YSS has been working for quite a long time, and the letter that was generated shows a lot of collaboration, and at least with regards to getting those fuels out there, and hopefully that will continue to progress forward when we look at restoration and some of the other uses that go on in the forest. And so if there, do you want to take public comment first?
Make a motion, and I'll take public comment.
All right, sorry. So I'd move that we move on staff on the recommendation,
The letter as is.
both letters.
Second.
Okay,
And
so I
does
got
your motion include the support of
letters,
YSS?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Public comment?
John Buckley, CSERC, just a point of clarification. And again, two things. First is YSS is strongly supporting of finding financial incentives to assist with biomass, not just with the EA, the hazard tree EA, but with the much larger rimfire recovery EIS. So there's no question that the broad collaborative group, as Sherry is already aware of, is trying to find funding to do that. That doesn't mean that there's funding yet found, but that's something that's being pursued. The other thing is, because you had Bev Shane representing at the meeting where this letter came up, there was discussion because this was put forward for the YSS Steering Committee as the letter to put out and ask for feedback from the county, from the timber industry, from the NGOs, from all the interests. And based on feedback that Bev, for instance, put forward, it's likely now that the final version of the letter that is being reviewed by the different interests will include suggestions such as adding in the 257,000 acre rimfire, because Bev pointed out that was an important point to get forward. It would not just go to political representatives of this region, but would go to elected officials on a broader level so that it isn't just narrowly focused. And I'm just looking, the other thing, Bev very appropriately pointed out that the language that was in the letter that said we are confident that the best available science, et cetera, will be reasonably considered and balanced in decisions was not necessarily something that she thought that the board would be saying that as a statement. And actually there was discussion of the board potentially having a separate letter. But I do believe that it enhances for all the different interests of YSS to be supporting a common letter that says there's no support, there's not only no support, there's strong opposition to litigation that would delay or any other, and that was the other thing, Sherry, that is now being discussed from the two edits that came in yesterday, is that it be broadened that if the Forest Service inaction should lead to delay, that's also something that is opposed by in this letter. So it's,
John, what was the timeline that they were looking at for having this letter?
yeah. So the request for comments and edits was supposed to come in last night, but if anything came in today, it would certainly also be brought back. Mike Albrecht and I are working with anyone who's had input from YSS to try and get the common language. But right now, the letter that is the latest draft is almost identical to what's before you right now, and the language that's in your part right here is exactly, absolutely the same, and the ending parts are all the same. There was request by the Tuolumne River Preservation Trust to include something that referenced that they supported the fact that the Forest Service was at least taking input from folks at the Sacramento science meetings, which you attended at least one of those, and others have attended. So simply saying that while there has been some good taking in so far, it then included that they didn't want to see delays by the Forest Service or delays by litigation that in any way might hold up the action. So what I'm sharing with you is that the letter that you are now looking at is the letter that was being circulated and asking for feedback, including from the county, and there will be a final, at the YSS, a final decision on what the wording will be, as well everyone who's representing the county or other interests will have a chance to finalize, and then it will come back. And after all groups have looked at that final letter, only then will it be going out which is probably going to be after the April 18th session. That is the next YSS meeting.
Okay, because that was our concern, was the timelines, and so this would come back and we could actually approve the final draft at our May meeting. It would be our May, no, he said April 18th? So
April
that would be
18th
after
is
our
when it's,
15th.
yeah.
If they're not going to, you're approving your final draft on April 18th?
I'm not approving anything, but
Or YSS.
would be approving the final draft on April 18th is the goal right now. And if the county sees that there's value in somehow delaying that, YSS is trying to get all interest comfortable with what happens. So you can make your choices.
Well, yeah, I think that we should probably delay that piece of it until we see the final draft of the letter. And so bring this back at our first May meeting.
Supervisor Brennan, that will put us into May because our next meeting is April 15th.
One
Unless
other
you're going to have a
option?
draft before that.
One other
May
option
6th.
is that the final revised draft, which won't have been fully approved by YSS, will be available later this week and could be circulated, and you could then look at it and either feel comfortable with it or not comfortable with it. But it's almost identical to what's before you. It's just you'll see the wording changes pleases a couple groups who wanted some little verbiage in support of giving the Forest Service credit for what they have done, but also putting the onus on them to get this done, get this completed. So it's up to you.
Excuse me, we could then bring back, the final revised on your April 15 meeting, if you like that. And there's still potential of a change, but it'll probably, chance to be minimal by that
Very
time.
minimal change.
So if you'd like, then you could, reverse your motion, just focus in on the letter from the board to Forest
Yeah.
Service, bring this other one back on April 15.
And so I'm in the motion.
I'll agree.
I agree.
One quick question, John. You were commenting about biomass. I think we all ought to support utilization of biomass for energy production. I mean, seeing that letter from, CT Bioengineering is absolutely incredible. If you piling and burning in place just doesn't make any sense when you can make energy out of it and reduce the emissions by the magnitude that they talk about. It's a no-brainer. We got to find ways to make it happen.
Right, and with all due respect, just talking about our center alone, for the last 14, 15 years, we've been on the leading edge of trying to get additional biomass done, but it costs money.
I understand
And
that. And that's
right now,
why
there's no,
It's got to be included in these
Right.
plans somehow.
so someone has to pay for the collection cost to get it to where they can pick it up and ship it and get it to the mill. That's the challenge. The other thing, Chris Trott is the person who's really leading on the biomass, and what he shared is the transportation costs truly do need some sort of incentive, which is why YSS is trying to find grant funding or something else that can assist with that.
And he was talking, when I heard him, he was talking about $20 a ton locally, but that could be more because we're going to overwhelm our local facilities. Thank you.
Okay, so we got a motion, a second. Any other public comment? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries. Quickly, I'm going to recess from the Board of Supervisors, reconvene as the Air Pollution Control District, take up item 19A. It's the same as item 18. So if Vicki just wants to give a quick.
Let me read it first. Consideration of approving correspondence to the United States Forest Service Rim Fire Hazard Tree Removal Environmental Assessment.
Okay, Vicki Helmar, Air Pollution Control Officer. You've just approved correspondence on the U.S. Forest Service Rim Fire Hazard Tree Removal Environmental Assessment as the Board of Supervisors. I am now asking you to approve such correspondence as the Air Pollution Control District Board. In reviewing the draft assessment, staff felt that it fails to adequately describe the potential air quality impacts of pile burning and does not address possible alternatives to pile burning for the disposal of excess activity fuels. We have made a few changes to the letter that was included in your packet. These revisions are highlighted in yellow in the document that I just distributed to you. In the first paragraph, we had erroneously used 214,000 tons as the estimated amount of slash to be generated from the project. The 214,000 tons is the amount of saw logs, not the amount of excess activity fuels. The U.S. Forest Service staff estimates that the amount of excess activity fuels generated from pile burning will be 23,500 tons. Given this reduction in fuel, we have revised our emission estimates to over 220 tons of PM 2.510 emissions and over 85 tons of NOx emissions. We have also added some language in the fourth paragraph acknowledging the Forest Service intention to utilize a portion of the slash by chipping and scattering it for ground cover. And so we are recommending that you, as the Air Pollution Control District Board, approve this revised correspondence.
Comments?
I'll move on approval of this letter.
Second.
Public comment? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carries. And with that, I will
Thank you.
recess. Thank you. Air Pollution Control District, and let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back for our 11 o'clock. We've got 11 o'clock. Could the clerk please read it?
This is a presentation by Water Council. Nicholas Jacobs, Sumach, Simmons, and Dunn on the Tuolumne County water rights and suggested courses of action and consideration for providing direction to County Council and Water Council on pursuing water-related goals.
I'll start.
Yeah.
Members of the board, as you all recall, on December 17th, 2013, your board approved a contract with Somax, Simmons, and Dunn, and also directed my office to work with attorney Nicholas Jacobs to bring options to this board regarding potentially obtaining water rights and other water-related issues. So today, Mr. Jacobs is here to present to you some suggested courses of action for discussion and consideration.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
You're welcome. Members of the board, I hope you've had a chance by now to review the memorandum that I prepared. It's got some background on California water law. It's got some issues that I've identified that are specific to Tuolumne County and some suggested courses of action. And so today I don't want to go through the whole memo today. I will take questions on anything in the memo that you'd like to ask me. But really what I'd like to do is sort of focus in on a couple of the suggested courses of action. Because the reality is that, this is something you've been thinking about, you've been involved in for a long time, but as far as like getting this ball rolling here and actually getting things done, we're kind of at the beginning here of that process. And so the very first thing that I would recommend, and this actually is not in my memo, but it's something that came up as I was thinking about talking to you today, is, I really think that the county needs to develop some future countywide water demand numbers. And that work may already have been done. I haven't seen it. But that seems like something that would need to be done in conjunction with TUD and the other water service providers in the county. It's something that could be done through the Water Policy Committee, perhaps, at your discretion. But having that as a foundation of, hey, how much water do we need, should help guide your future decisions about what you want to do, what you want me to do in that regard. So that's the first thing that I wanted to talk about. The second thing that I think that the board could consider authorizing today would be for me to get involved with getting the county involved in the 2 FERC relicensing processes that are going on right now. The first has to do with Pinecrest, and that process, as I understand, is pretty far down the road. I don't know if it's something we can even get involved in at this point, although I do understand it's a crucial process in regards to TUD's water supply going forward. And to the extent that the county can support TUD in that process, it seems worthwhile. The other FERC process has to do with Don Pedro Reservoir. And again, these FERC processes, these are the power permits that are required by the Federal Power Energy Regulatory Commission. And so it's not, they don't directly have to do with water rights, but they very much have to do with, these key reservoirs that store the water. So there's a process for getting involved in these administrative proceedings, and I am concerned. Like I said, I think that the Pinecrest process is quite far along, but I'm also concerned on the timing for Don Pedro. So it's something that I would bring to you today for your consideration about getting going on. The other recommendations that I've made in my memorandum are things that I really think you might want some more input on from perhaps the Water Policy Committee or from a consultant that the county retains to sort of focus in on these issues. I've identified them from a pretty high level, looking at this as an attorney, but I think that the county could significantly benefit from the water resources expertise of the Water Policy Committee or a consultant or both. So that's my relatively short presentation today, and I'm here to answer any questions you have or talk about these issues as well. So.
Concerning the FERC relicensing of Don Pedro, I'm going back probably 4 or 5 years when I first started asking about, what can we do to be involved in this particular process, and there was talk about issuing an intervenor letter, and I'm not too sure if we ever got to that point of doing that. I guess the question I have, I understand how complicated the water rights are, but having seen what Don Pedro Dam, its existence, has done overall to Tuolumne County as far as from the economic standpoint, it's been detrimental. We lost a town, we lost tax bases, we lost all of those things, and I know that we can't go back and recover those, but being a part of this process, do you feel that there's any chance of Don Pedro seeing, or the licensing group seeing the reality of the possibility of having water available, not necessarily water rights. I just read an article recently in the Modesto Bee where they're talking about building a water treatment plant to sell water to the city of Turlock and some downstream users. It never seems that we are on the same page of getting any of that water. I know it has to be pumped and it's complicated, but something in that realm to me would seem to be reasonable to pursue. Is that something that you feel that we could look at?
Yeah, I think that the foundation, though, of that undertaking is understanding how much water you need, right? Doing some
absolutely. From the very beginning, we need to know.
How much do we need? When do we need it? Where do we need it? Having done that, then, I think that there are ways to get water possibly from Don Pedro. I'm not sure the FERC process is the way to do that, but the FERC process may be a way to address the detrimental impacts to the county that you've referenced.
Okay.
There's a couple things that I've been considering. Just so you know, I'm the chairman of the Water Policy Committee. A couple of the things that I've been considering with respect to Lake Don Pedro. One is some consideration for the community services that we provide, law enforcement, all of those things, for the Don Pedro project down there. And also potentially readdressing some of the lost revenue associated with the loss of the property. That may be worth pursuing, it may not. There's another aspect, and that is that our watershed, actually, because of our water delivery system, contributes water to Lake Don Pedro. So I would be looking for some recognition of that contribution, that water contribution from our water delivery system. It's basically water that flows through our system that obviously you can't capture every drop, and In some cases, it comes at the wrong time of the year, and so we can't store it, and it just goes on through. So I'd be looking for some kind of recognition of that contribution. One of the things that I think is important for specifically TUD's delivery system, and I'm not speaking for TUD, I'm speaking for me, but I think one of the things that's important for them is to get some diversification of their water portfolio. Right now, they're pretty much dependent on Pinecrest Lake and the stuff that flows down below that. So you mentioned the Pinecrest FERC issues, licensing issues. That's caused more than a small perturbation into our water process, delivery process. So to help guard against additional future restrictions that might come, I just think it's prudent that we look at ways that the county can somehow diversify our water portfolio. And considerations for the water contributed into Don Pedro, considerations for the community services, to the extent that we could get some water access out of somewhere, for instance, New Melones Reservoir, in trade for those, would be something that I think would be very useful for the county to at least pursue. Do you have any thoughts on those?
Yeah, I mean, there's something on the order of 5.5 million acre-feet of water that is exported out of the county every year, in an average year. And to the extent, again, that the county has identified a water need, a water demand in county, there is California law that provides that the county has a right to that water. Water that originates in the watershed of origin, you have a right to retain that water. But the key, I believe, is demonstrating what that need is. And based on that, identifying projects that make sense financially, and working together with TUD and the other water service providers as necessary to kind of go through this together. The county, the water agency, cannot directly provide retail water service. It's going to be a wholesaler. And so the county needs to develop those relationships with the member agencies that would be receiving the water. It's all by contract. If they want the water, they'll ask you for it, but you can't force them to take water. So it needs to be a cooperative process going forward. But you've identified some of the potential alternative sources of water to meet the county's needs in that regard. So yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, we also have another potential, I think, claim or consideration to search out in partnership not just with TUD but also with PG&E, who actually is the water provider to TUD. And that would be PG&E in a normal year, a normal course of action. They divert water from Pinecrest across the Philadelphia ditch to a power generation facility that spills the water into the Middle Fork of the Stanislaus that obviously feeds into New Melones. And pursuing some consideration of that diverted water with the Bureau of Reclamation for credits for water, again, out of New Melones, might also help us diversify that portfolio. And it would also help PG&E in drier years when they shut down that Philadelphia diversion in order to continue to provide the water that, and they're great partners with TUD and with the county. If they didn't have to shut that down, they could continue to generate power where they have to crank that back considerably. So it could be a win-win-win for the county, TUD, and PG&E.
Yeah.
Is that something that you would think might be worth pursuing?
Yeah, but now, so you're getting into details here, specific details of these projects. I think it would make sense to have the Water Policy Committee start looking at these issues in closer detail. It would make sense for me to participate in those meetings and, chime in on the water rights issues. But first, I think you need to figure out how much water you need and then look at those projects specifically.
Yeah, that comment's taken to heart. I get it.
Any other comments?
I do have one other question because it's and I think I'm pretty close to knowing the answer, but you touched on it, and that had to do with area of origin, I guess it is, water rights. There's a lot of interest in pursuing that in the county, public interest, I think. Would you just comment on what the process that you would see going forward if we chose to go down that path, and how difficult that process is?
Sure. Well, the reality is that the waters of the county have been appropriated for a long time by a lot of folks that use the water outside the county. And so the county has a right to take back that water when it needs it, but there will be a contested process, if you will, to do so. Probably the way this would happen, the most direct way, would be to file a water right application under the area of origin statutes. Now, exactly where you get that water from would be the subject of more refinement, but you've identified a couple of the, New Melones. There's a lot of water stored right there, or the various rivers here, So that's the process that you would go through. I would expect that you would face opposition from the folks. It's a zero-sum game at this point in California. So that's a fact. But the statutes say what they say, and there's not been a lot of court interpretation of them. But I believe in this situation where you're talking about a county of origin, a watershed of origin, taking the water back to be used in that watershed, that is the most clear-cut application of the area of origin statutes.
But again, we would have to show the need
Yes.
to retain the water. Okay, thank you.
So that's go ahead. Actually, John, and then,
Yeah, go
sorry.
ahead, John.
Getting back to the letter, the recommendations, the demand is the most important question we need to answer, and I do believe that TUD has done some demand studies, and they're probably available. I believe the Groveland Community Service District has also. The small water companies probably not, but maybe that could be estimated. So, but it's pretty clear here that in reading all the backup material that you did send with this letter is that we have some basic options that are not real expensive to go forward with. One would be the demand, working with the district, and then in your letter here you talked about the number 2, the county authorized a firm to obtain reviews of the SWRCB files. That for the 1990 water right issue that they were looking at. So that seems to be real reasonable. I'm just kind of talking to the board on this also. And then number 3, the FERC, a little more expensive, but at $10,000. But those numbers, to me, seem reasonable numbers that we could afford to keep moving forward, and then address the more serious, big issue of obtaining the water right. I'm kind of asking a question and then laying it out.
Those make sense to me. The only place where I think that I might actually change my recommendation a bit is, at least timing-wise, is on number 2, as far as reviewing the State Water Board applications. That might be something that the Water Policy Committee could do. If they get a demand study done and figure out demand and then start looking at specific projects, I could help do that, but that also might be something that the Water Policy Committee might take up at that time to give them an idea of what has been considered in the past.
Okay.
And I have a quick question. I'm just
Sherry.
kind of thinking here, because the governor has had some language that he's put out recently about water storage and the need for water storage. And so, again, I would assume that if we can show, demand and deficits, would that help us in possibly getting some of those dollars here in the county for increased water storage?
I think it's possible, and I think if you're, I don't know that the county needs to build new storage. That's what I'm saying to meet its needs. So it may be able to use existing storage, or it may be able to expand existing storage. But the bottom line is that the governor has taken a bit of a turn for the positive, and he's gone a little bit away from just focusing on
Conservation.
sending water down south and conservation, and a little bit more now at new storage, which I think is a very positive sign.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your letter. I knew some of this, but putting it in one place it really is a big help. So I want to say thank you to you for that. Look, I think there is a certain amount of urgency that we take some action on water. Some of this, I think, can take a little bit longer time and a little more thought into it, and I would look to the Water Committee to give us that. But as I understand it, we have expended our allocation for our legal water services, which I think was, I want to say, was really well-spent money. Thank you there. But I think we need to allocate money so we get a little more of your time. And I think we need to initiate action on some of these things, or at least allocate money so we can proceed on, for instance, some of these FERC licensing things. And I think we need to look for the Water Committee to come back to us shortly with exactly what they want us to do. They're our experts, or they spend most of the time on it. But I think there's an urgency with water. It's been there before the drought. We've all felt that. That's why we reactivated the water agency. We need to move forward.
I might recommend that we ask the Water Policy Committee to come up with a prioritized list of specific things that we would like to do. And prior to developing that list, I think we need to work very closely, specifically with TUD, but also with GCSD, the Don Pedro folks, and do exactly what our Water Council has outlined, which is really talk about and firm up what the demand side of this equation looks like, and then what is most emergent or most time sensitive. I think without doubt that we need to get involved in the Don Pedro FERC relicensing. This is an opportunity, a very time-sensitive opportunity that once it gets past us will be much more difficult to engage in that process. So just my own gut feel is that would certainly be one of the higher priority things. And then I would need to talk with TUD because, quite frankly, I had not considered other than just from the political perspective, but I had not considered the legal possibilities of engaging in support of TUD on the Pinecrest FERC processing. So I need to talk to them. But I think what really needs to happen is that we ask request that the Water Policy Committee come up in a fairly near period of time with a prioritized list of things that we would like to do, and hopefully we can work with County Council, work with our Water Council to cost out what some of those things might look like and come back with a recommendation to the board.
And I would also suggest that Ms. Riggs has really done a great job working with a lot of our smaller districts, and so she might have the opportunity to get at this demand picture, working with them.
I just want to, kind of put it in perspective, in a sense, what got us back into the water company business is the drought. And, when we have lots of water, lots of rain, everything's normal. We have more water than we can use. It's always there. So, it's like, to me, it's a capacity issue more than anything else to have water in times when it doesn't rain. So, not to lose sight of why we got to what we're talking about I've been told over the years that we have more water than we could ever use when it's there. So to me, that all leads us back to what is the problem, and it seems to be a capacity problem, a storage problem, more than anything else. You know, if we can store it longer, if we have a bigger pond, then we can get through these times of droughts, and whether we're going to have another one in the next year or not, you know, who knows? So again, getting back to the governor's position on more storage sometimes makes more sense to me than chasing the water rights. We can have this wonderful water right, and if there's no water in the pond, it doesn't do us any good at all. So getting back to the basic problem of storage and capacity is where I think we need to be moving towards.
Yeah, I agree. And yesterday, when Senator Berryhill was here, he talked quite extensively about the need for increased storage. I think that side of the equation is more of a political issue at this point, although it will obviously eventually lead to legal issues. But it's, first of all, we've got to get the political will in the state capitol and the federal capitol to provide for the bond funding and the things that would need to come, and then we would have to face the legal issues.
And there are, as you know, major storage reservoirs in the county. They just send all their water south. So those are options for us to look at, you know, a little small piece of that.
And those are legal issues.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to take public comment. And if you plan to talk, if you could line up. I suspect we've got a few.
Rich London again with One Gina Research Institute. Our institute has been looking at the issue of the water that's already impounded in place in the various mine workings within this county and Calaveras County. And there's a lot of water. There's millions of billions of gallons of water. Most obviously, out here at the Harvard mine, there's a lot of water. And it could be used at least for commercial uses or be treated possibly for potable water uses. We're looking at, over in Calaveras County, at the Utica mine, 80 miles of underground workings that are flooded. All these workings have enhanced metal contents. And over at Copperopolis in Calaveras County, not only is the mine water there, it's green from the copper content that could be recovered, and that water could be used for industrial commercial purposes. So I urge the board to look very carefully at where water is in this county, in the mines, that's stored and can be used. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Buckley, CSERC. 4 quick items. The first related to Pinecrest. It's no longer really a FERC matter. It's a State Water Board matter. But there is going to be a CEQA process. It's going to be released as TUD can share at some point this year. And the county and TUD and other interests will have full opportunity to be involved in that. With all due respect, the entity that's best able to represent TUD on that is TUD. The State Water Board has high respect for TUD on that. And again, I am very comfortable that TUD's needs are going to be fully understood during that process with TUD putting forward. In terms of the Don Pedro, though, John, I just want to bring up something because I think it's a really good point. So with all due respect, the county has not been participating other than I saw Daniel at one meeting recently, Daniel Richardson, which was very positive to have somebody from the county there. But I believe I'm the only one in this room that's been going to those meetings for years now down there. The county has not been a player. The timing is kind of almost too late. Things are really getting down the road, but the Miwok tribe, the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians, got involved at a very early stage, and Reba in particular, who was representing the interests of archaeological and others, but the tribe has been involved. the amount of money that's going to be coming out of this FERC licensing process, the amount of benefits for agriculture, which is back to what John was thinking about, is it water or is it money? The agriculture, they did a report down there for billions of dollars generated from the water that comes out of the Tuolumne River and is held in that reservoir. The amount is just staggering. And there is a reasonable potential if the county partners with the Miwok tribe and becomes a player for looking at the range of interests, either potential water that could be provided up at Groveland, the only place it could possibly be provided in the county really to have benefit, or to get some financial. So the question comes, who represents the county at these FERC meetings? Because often they last all day long. They're down at Modesto. There's travel time and everything. Do you pay a water attorney for all those hours to be down there? In some cases, it may be the right situation. Do you have county staff, or do you have somebody who has experience, Pete Camp or others, who might really be excellent consultants to work for the county in a FERC relicensing process? But it is a time commitment and a resource commitment. The opportunity to get something is significant, but it is way down the road here. You would have to act fairly quickly. The third item is Carl brought up, again, pursuing area of origin water rights. And as the consultant here has pointed out, that the perspective is that the county has the rights to take back that water, but you will likely face opposition. Not even getting into all the debates that go on there. All I would share is even John Mills at that water forum over at the high school point out that the only thing you can be assured on is that there will be strong opposition when you want to take away someone else's water rights for you to get that water. So those that will be paid or profit are the water attorneys, the consultants over 10 years who will be paid, and you don't know at the end of the 10 years if you lose or you win. And I will point out that the State Water Board is very much a key factor in water rights, and this board and at times others in the county have not built a relationship with the State Water Board, which if you want them to be on your side, you would want to build a better, more positive relationship. The last thing I point out is that you are asking, how can you get water now for the needs of the county? At this time, because of the old, historic, obsolete ditch system that is provided for TUD, 30 to 40%, depending on how it's managed, of the water that TUD already has does not reach a customer. But they are managing this year with even extra effort. Again, Tom Seja and all the staff needs the greatest amount of praise for what they're doing. But in normal years, it's been between 30 and up to 45% of the water that is already available does not reach a customer. If the cost could be found to increase the efficiency through lining, and where there are major leaks through piping of the ditch system in those worst areas, you would have 30% to 40% more water without fighting anybody and having a broad amount of support, although it would be something that has to have the buy-in and the support of the people whose ditches may be lined with gunite, and right now they aren't. There has to be a lot of transparency and engagement, which TUD certainly is poised to do. So I just throw out, there is an immediate potential without fighting to have at least improvement in the water supply you already have control over, because PG&E has the long-term contract with TUD. And if anyone after this session ever has input or wants input about the Don Pedro session, I'll be glad to talk to you individually. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Ron Ringen. As far as Mr. Buckley's comments on the water in the ditches, there is non-consumptive use that does occur, but to line all the ditches or pipe them will just send that water that much quicker right down to Don Pedro. So I don't think that I can agree at all with what he was saying.
Yeah, and I would just point out, I don't disagree with Ron, and I don't disagree with John either, amazingly. But the water that is lost in the ditches does go into the ground, and it does recharge our groundwater. So it's not water that's totally lost. There's a lot of folks that depend on groundwater in this county, and being in fractured rock, nobody really knows for certain how the water gets to where it gets to. So while I appreciate John's comments, and they're certainly accurate, but there are some other unknown consequences, I certainly don't know what they would be, to our groundwater table associated with lining the ditches. So it's a complex problem, and that's why I find myself agreeing with both Ron and John on that. So certainly lining the ditches would, in good years, mean that we're just passing more water through the county. In bad years, it would improve our water situation, our water delivery situation for TUD. Thank you.
I'm John Sturdivant with the Tuolumne Group of the Sierra Club, and the word that hasn't come up yet is conservation. I know it can't be the only answer, but it is a part of the answer to our problems. I participated on the Tuolumne Utilities District's urban water management plan, and every time I would bring up, and others would bring up conservation notions, the comment was, well, they're not cost effective. Well, the governor has now made it so that, and the State Water Board, that non-cost effective items can be done, and they will save water, and that's certainly what we need to do. Secondly, I found a leak in the ditch, went out there with a bucket. It's in the main ditch, and it leaks about 12 gallons a minute. If you figure that out over a whole year, before October, which is when the PG&E said, well, we can get out there and fix it then, that's a lot of water, and it's not being used by people. And I realize I'm being a little inconsistent. Being a Sierra Club member, I should be happy, because that water, if we don't plug the hole and fix the ditch right there, that water would be running down into the Stanislaus, which is going to lose a lot of water here pretty quick, in addition to what it's already lost. So I'm coming down, this is the Sierra Club, coming down on the side of people, not critters, one time. But one more thing, I do believe we ought to line the ditch. We would save all the water that John suggested, and all the leakage that happens to the ditch and all along its length is an unnatural condition. If the people had had the money to build a good ditch when they built it in the beginning, they probably would have lined it and said, gee whiz, we don't need to lose that water when we want to mine our gold. And then we wouldn't have the leaks, and we wouldn't have the wetlands, and we wouldn't have the trees growing beside it. Now, I realize that sounds a little weird coming from the Sierra Club, but there are times that you need to protect the natural environment, and the ditch does not create a natural environment. It's completely unnatural. Thank you.
Good morning. Pete Campa, owner-manager, Campa Community Solutions. As you know, I've been intimately involved in all of these matters that you are talking about this morning for a number of years, all the way back to actually getting water supply out of Lake McClure when we were managing, when I was managing the Don Pedro district in the early 90s. And hearing the stories about that water that did come across from the Stanislaus to the Tuolumne at that time, and that was even identified by TUD in the early years as a potential source of supply for growth on that side of the county. And I really appreciate the boards rising up on this occasion. The water supply in this county can be absolutely devastating if it is non-existent, or if it is compromised to the point where every single project, every year, we are in a situation of having to conserve more and more just to maintain what we have today. Puts a real strain on the businesses, puts a real strain on the economy as people try to determine whether they're going to locate here. So I appreciate all your actions. The ditches are one place that certainly there can be a lot of recovery of that lost water. There is some lost water. There is a lot of that water that is going to beneficial uses. I agree with everyone, the critters, the the water users, the whole thing. But it is an extremely complicated matter that is really not as simple as just piping or gunniting it. It is going to take the involvement of the county board, the water agency, the planning, the community development department, to make sure that that process is smooth of doing projects on that ditch, because it is an historic resource as well as something that's very, very sensitive to people. And TUD stands to have to invest a lot of money in legal, property acquisition, easements, and all that to do significant improvements. So that does take the land use authority of the county to help out. It's going to take a multifaceted approach. I agree with the concept of the diversifying the portfolio. The conservation absolutely is high on the list, because it's something that can be affected immediately and provide supply as you're looking at these other longer term solutions. So support where the county's going, and I know that TUD appreciates this level of effort looking countywide. And remember, those demand projections, as you put those together, are something that are going to need to be defensible when it comes time to do a water right application, if you do.
Thank you.
Ty Whipple, Public. I wasn't going to say anything, but I do want to emphasize, I don't think we want to throw our county of origin water rights down the mine shaft, because as population grows in the valley, in Southern California, and the demand for water continues to grow. And I know that the pursuing county of origin water rights is expensive and complex, but if it's complex today, think about what it's going to be 10 years from now, 20 years from now, and where the demand is going to be in the rest of California. And we may be sitting here with not enough water to actually grow our county, all right? So I don't want to see it passed over and down because it's complex and costly, because the costly and the complexity is going to grow. It's not going to get smaller. All right, thanks.
I don't know that we need a motion, but I think if we do, I'll be glad to make one. But I think by consensus, we ought to direct staff to work with the TUD staff, specifically include working with Lake Don Pedro District and Groveland. But I think they ought to be providing the Water Policy Committee with a near-term prioritized list of things that we want to pursue. And I think number one on the hit parade ought to be the FERC relicensing at Don Pedro, and to along those lines capture that demand quality or the demand numbers necessary to support further issues. I would also like them to look at what interest TUD has in diversifying their availability to water, and what support that they would need from the county on the Pinecrest process, EIR process, if that's what it's going to be, and come back in the near term with through the Water Policy Committee with a game plan for this county, and to include some cost estimates. County Council can work with our water attorney. And I think we also need to look at the possibility of engaging a water consultant. It's fairly clearly outlined in the paper. So that would be my direction. Is that clear enough to the CAO?
Yeah, I was just wondering, because it really sounds like we need to work in partnership, county council and my office.
That's where I was turning next.
Right, I got it.
Well, I have one concern, because it's mentioned several times about the Don Pedro FERC relicensing. Given the time, is that something the board is willing to make a decision on today, or do you really feel like it needs to go back to the Water Policy Committee? Because the timeliness, that's an issue.
Okay.
Do it. And I might add, Mr. Rotifer, I agree with a lot of what you said, except for one thing. You don't get any more of his time.
Okay.
And that's a little problem. County council is going to have a little problem giving us advice on water without a little more money for his time.
Then I will make a motion. I move that we allocate out of our contingencies $50,000 to pursue two things. One, additional time for the Water Council to engage in the FERC relicensing process at Don Pedro, and to allow us to also engage a water consultant. And we will determine, we will put out, we need to put out an RFP for that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then I would direct staff to put out an RFP for a water consultant to work with the Water Council on the FERC relicensing.
In general, I think I second that. I know that before we let a contract for a water consultant come back. But anyway, I generally agree with that, so I'll second the motion. We've got a discussion.
Comment?
On a substitute motion, what I'm looking at is what we're looking at the recommendations that we have today. I'm not going to disagree with the idea the supervisors Rotifer's putting together, but the question was asked, what's the first thing that we're going to do? My substitute motion would be to engage outside counsel in the amount of $10,000 to do the engaging process with Don Pedro. And the reason for this substitute motion is that I think that what you're saying needs to be vetted through the Water Policy Committee.
I second
Okay.
that.
Okay. I would like to ask if you would be open to amending your substitute motion my concern is if we engage in the FERC relicensing issue, I agree with John that we need to have someone attending those meetings starting now, and I would be interested in allocating some amount of money and put out an RFP for a water consultant to do that, so we're not paying the water attorney to do that.
Okay, I'm not quite willing to include that because I want to get back to what number 3 says. It's very, very clear to me that he's going to research that to see if there's even a possibility that we are going to want to engage.
Okay, I yield.
Okay, so that's my substitute motion for using number 3 as and the amount of $10,000 to go forward with the initial review, because if after the review, if we can't move forward, we can't move forward.
So that addresses that part of it. What about the remaining part of it?
Well, and I would second John's motion with the caveat that the Water Policy Committee comes out with a recommendation about what the needs will be for getting some outside help if it's determined that we will have some standing and it's worth pursuing and going forward.
That's fine with me. Does that work for you, Carl?
Yeah.
All right.
So once
Explain
again,
it to me one more time, because my concern here is, regardless of whether we get into the FERC relicensing or not in this study, we need to be at those meetings. We need to know what's going on. We need someone there. And if if we're going to hire a consultant, we need to get busy with that thing, but I would like the ad hoc water committee water policy committee to at least do a scoping analysis on that, so we can do it. But we need to be engaged everywhere we can on water now.
Okay. I guess my recommendation to address Supervisor Hanvelt's very legitimate statement is that until the Water Policy Committee can come back to this board with a firm recommendation on what is needed to adequately pursue that we will direct staff to make sure that we are represented at all of those meetings until such time as we can put, if we need to, we can put out an RFP and get a water consultant.
So I want to go, could I just need to ask council a question here. First steps first. The first step first is to get the information that we need to whether we're going to need to hire a council or a water advisor or whatever you want to call him. How long would it take you to do the item number 3 in your recommendation letter?
Well, I can figure out the status of the Don Pedro FERC proceedings by the end of the week, and that won't cost $10,000. The $10,000 is like, you have to do a motion to intervene and get your comments together, and we have to, so I can do that pretty fast.
Okay. All right. So go back to my substitute motion. What I would like to do is stay with it at this time, authorizing the $10,000, knowing that he's going to be working on that subject and bring it back to the 15th to go forward with the other stuff?
Okay, we won't, in the normal course of business, have a water policy committee meeting by then, but we can.
No, but he would be coming back with the information that you could bring to the water policy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is very complicated. Yes, go ahead.
So what the direction is that Mr. Jacobs will research the status of the Don Pedro FERC relicensing, provide that information to your board by the 15th meeting. Is that accurate, John?
Yes.
Okay. And then depending on what he says at that time, your board will determine if it's appropriate to proceed in that process. Is that accurate?
That's accurate to me.
We will determine.
Just on Don Pedro FERC relicensing.
Yeah, we will determine what we need to do going forward. That may be to refer it to the Water Policy Committee for recommendations. It may be just direction to staff. It could take many forms.
Okay. Okay, so at the 15th meeting, we will consider what we're going to do with Don Pedro relicensing. And then the other issue will go to the Water Policy Committee is whether or not you need a consultant and some of the priorities that you want them to consider. That will have to come back to the board at a later date.
Yes.
Okay, and then the last issue is really for Mr. Pedro in terms of the funding piece, so I'm going to defer to him on that issue.
Yeah, no, ultimately, this should come out of our contingencies. I know where you want to go, and I don't want to get in the way of that at all, but normally when you take money out of the budget, you have to notice it, that you're doing that. I'm concerned, and it's more of a legal issue today, is, this wasn't noticed that we were going to be taking money out of the budget and doing those kinds of things. And I don't even want to say that, but I feel I need to say it, or I wouldn't be doing my job.
All right, then, can we just agendize it for the 15th? Table
Yes.
what we're talking about. Council, everybody understands where we're going with this?
Yes.
Does that work?
Yes.
Yeah, then we have the contract with proper budget action, for the attorney.
We don't need any additional item on the contract, we just need the budget piece taken care of. And we need the FERC direction on sort of the status, I guess.
Okay, well, we need to get the funding to support the contract. And then, in the meantime, we'll be working diligently through the Water Committee on the scoping of the services of a consultant, because that'll make a big difference on who you'd select and all those things you guys talked about.
Yeah. And we want to make sure
present.
that we are present for duty at the FERC meetings.
Right. And I do want to remind the board, we've sent letters on this before. We have gone to those meetings, and we've had our own private meetings with folks from Don Pedro. So again, just so the public knows, we have been engaged, some at the public meetings, and we've had our own private meetings with them here and there. So,
I'm going to withdraw my substitute motion.
And I will withdraw my original motion.
Okay. So we have some direction. Yeah, basically. And I just want to say one thing, since I haven't said much, is I agree with Ty. I think rights is where we need to be in the long term. We haven't taken this on. We've failed for 100 years to obtain water for our county, and just because it's going to be difficult, expensive, and having threats from opposition groups. Yeah. So I would also direct that number 2 be pursued.
But
and that's a pretty small.
I think that's when we come back.
Yeah.
When we come back.
I want that to be considered.
And that covers what Ty was talking about, what your feeling is. It reviews what the process was in 1990.
Where we're at, so we know where to go. And your initial comments about need, projected into the future, especially where we're going to be, what we're going to need, when we're going to need it, all that stuff. I think we definitely need to pursue that through the Water Policy Committee, and we're probably going to need to get information from all our friends at TUD and so forth, along with potentially hiring some consultants to do projections and so forth countywide. So with that, I think we have direction, and we're well past noon. What?
Thank you for coming,
we're
by
going to
the
do that
way.
one. So I believe if there's nothing else anybody needs to say on this, I'm going to move on. And really quickly, we're going to handle item 24 out of order, since we have some staff here that needs to be done. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, 24 is consideration of approving updates to the Mental Health Services Act fiscal year 2013-14 annual update to include a new supportive housing project and a proposed innovative project for integrated health care.
Staff report.
Thank you, and
Quickly, please.
good afternoon to
Yes.
the board and members of the public.
Good afternoon.
And I will be succinct and quick in my presentation. As both you and the public are aware, Proposition 63 is the Mental Health Services Act, passed in 2004, allowed for communities to expand the mental health services through a process of community involvement, commitment, stakeholder, and approval by the local boards. Our most recent update to our plan, which was originally a 3-year plan and extended, was in September 3rd, 2013 by the Board of Supervisors. It was submitted to the state and approved by MHSOAC, which is the advisory group over all of the expenditures of these funds. There are updates necessary to this plan to provide for the services within our community. Those 2 updates are before you this morning for approval and submission to the state. The first update is regarding the MHSA supportive housing, is that we are proposing to utilize unexpended funds to establish the ownership of the Cabrini House in Jamestown, which has been utilized as a residence for persons with mental illness for close to 20 years. The purchase of this would essentially assure that we would have a long-term residence within our community on an ongoing basis that would be secured by our county and community, and provide a seamless transition for both the residents that live there and the neighbors who have become familiar and supportive of our residents in the housing. This will result in a transfer of unexpended funds currently in the amount of $301,187. The second element of the update is totally unrelated to the housing, but is related certainly to the care and support of the individuals we serve. It is our innovation project. There are 5 components to MHSA, one of which is innovations. We are currently partnered with the California Institute of Mental Health, the state, and a number of local stakeholders, including a primary health care clinic, to establish a system of full and comprehensive reconciliation of health care and coordination of plans to improve healthcare outcomes. The budget for that is essentially supported both by MHSA funds and also by reimbursements created by the contributions from Medi-Cal under the billing that we do with our nursing staff and the case management staff, which will be included there. Now then, I did forget to introduce my cohort here, and I'm sorry that I failed to do that in the beginning. With me this morning is Christy Conforti. She is our MHSA coordinator and is going to be responsible for monitoring, supporting, and assuring the consistency of these projects. And so I wanted to start with that. I will conclude with that. I am asking that your board approve the update to these plans and authorize that the Director of Behavioral Health Department be allowed to submit these plans for approval.
John?
Okay, a question, I'm not sure if it's for you or if it's for County Council. The process of purchasing the Cabrini House, we have not finalized that. And what I'm wondering is if we approve this document, if we're going to convolute the process.
Supervisor Gray, I think I can answer that. Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency. The action today is simply to update the Mental Health Services Act plan that the county is required to have to expend funds against those programs. We have to take this action to update the plan to be able to do that. I will be back before your board on the 15th with an action to move money from one cost center to another, and then back before your board on June 3rd with a contract to purchase Cabrini House.
So it is convoluted.
It's complicated.
Okay. All right, that's clear for me. Thank you.
Any other questions? Need a motion?
Move on recommendation.
Second.
I got a motion and a second from Rutherford Handelt. Any public comment? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Thank
Carries
you.
5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, we are going to actually go into a closed session during lunch. So could the clerk please read our closed session? And
Closed session. A is Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1. The title is County Council. And conference with labor negotiators Craig Pedro and Friend, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units.
anything that you expect to report out? Any public comment on the closed session? Okay, we will recess to closed session then. Okay, we're coming back from our closed session we held at lunch, and I believe there's nothing to report. And then what we're going to do is try to get through the remainder of the items on our regular agenda before we go into the appointments. We'll try to make it as quick as we can. We've got people waiting on us. So, could the clerk please read item 20?
Consideration of adopting a resolution appointing Lucinda Niebla as the extra help retire annuitant to perform the duties of the Special Projects Accountant for the County of Tuolumne under Government Code Section 2122-4, effective April 7th, 2014.
Staff report.
Good afternoon, Board. My name's Debbie Batista. I'm the County Clerk and Auditor Controller. With all of the new PERS reform legislation that went into effect, one of the requirements is that if a jurisdiction brings back an annuitant after January 1st, 2013, and they have not been retired for 180 days or 6 months, then the board or the governing board must adopt a resolution stating why this person has special skills, and then once that's passed, then we can bring the person back. As you all are aware of, June 3rd is an election time. Over the last couple of years, we've sent Cindy to school so that she can be certified to work on all of our election machines. If we do not use Cindy, then I have to contract with our contractor or vendor at $1,500 a day. which would be a whole lot more expensive than Cindy, plus that it will be at their beck and call, not necessarily my beck and call. And it's $1,500 a day, whether they work 10 hours, 20 hours, or 3 hours. Or with Cindy, we can schedule it out a little bit more as long as we don't use more than 960, and we're not planning to do that. With her skills, the fact that she can certify all of the machines and we don't have to use the vendor, we will save money by bringing her back. But June 3rd is less than 181 days since she retired. So I'm requesting that you approve the resolution appointing her as extra help retiring annuitant to perform the duties of the special project accountant effective April 7th under Government Code Section 21224.
Thank you. Carl?
I move on staff recommendation.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Public comment. Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on to, actually, I will recess as the Board of Supervisors, reconvene as the Board of Equalization, and could the clerk please read 21?
Consideration of approving minutes of November 5th, 2013, and March 18th, 2014. You just usually move on that.
Oh,
I move to approve the minutes.
do I have a second?
Could I make a comment on the minutes?
Sure.
At Supervisor Rotifer's insistence at the last meeting, when we did a extension of the time for SPI on their 2011-12 appeal, it's been now 5 months since that meeting, and believe it or not, next week we're going to be meeting with a representative from SPI, and hopefully we can hammer some things out. It's a two-way street, and so far the information has only been going from us to them, and next week we hope that information will be coming back and we'll be able to at least get that year resolved. Since that last meeting, they also filed applications for their 2 mills for 2013-14. So now there are 3 years worth of appeals out there that we're trying to resolve, and hopefully we'll make some progress next week on that. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment on the motion? Call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries 5-0. So then I guess B and C.
Okay, they're two separate, I guess.
You want to read those separately?
Consideration of approving a stipulation reduced assessment for Store Quick Sonora LLC application number 14.
Okay, I'm going to let Kevin Townsend, Assistant Assessor, handle those 2 stipulations, and then you can decide how you want to dispose of those.
Kevin Townsend, Assistant Assessor. What you have before you today are 2 stipulations for the same property, but for 2 different years. The property is a Store Quick self-storage complex near Soulsbyville, and the property was originally reappraised at the reported purchase price as of January 7th, 2011. The applicant filed an application for changed assessment, and in our review, we found that this wasn't actually a purchase of that one individual property. It was a purchase of 6 properties throughout California, and it was just an allocation of the total price. They filed an application for a changed assessment, so we reviewed the assessed value on it, and we asked them for some income and expense information, and they sent us 3 years worth of income and expenses. And after we went through the numbers, we agreed that the reported purchase price was on the high side. We came up with a value much lower than what they were asking. We came up with $2,431,500 for January 1st, 2012. We presented that to them. They agreed to stipulate to that value, and we asked that your board accept that stipulation as presented.
Any questions? Can I get a motion?
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, item C.
Consideration approving a stipulation for reduced assessment for a store Quick Sonora LLC application number 27.
Same thing?
Okay, well, pretty much the same thing. The second stipulation is as of January 1st, 2013. And the assessor, we are limited to use data no more than 90 days past the valuation date. So in this case, we had another year's worth of income and expenses that we could look at, which indicated an even lower value. So that value was $2,265,500. We showed that to the applicant. He agreed to stipulate to that value, and we asked that your board accept that stipulation as presented.
Again, move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Public comment? All in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will recess, or actually adjourn as the Board of Equalization, and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors. And I think I'm going to, let's see, skip ahead. Item 24, we are going to pull due to the fact that some congressional acts have changed the nature of this. I'm skipping 22. Oh, I'm pulling 23. I'm sorry. Yeah, 23, same reason. 24 we're done with, and I would like to hear 25.
Presentation and status update on the recruitment and retention of volunteer firefighter plan.
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Mike Spear, I'm Fire Captain with Tuolumne County Fire Department, CAL FIRE. I'm here to present our recruitment and retention plan from December 2012 and give you the semi-annual update on where we are and where we hope to be. I'm going to give you a positive note first. We currently have 7 new members that are in our recruit academy that started in January. Of this 7, the majority of these volunteers will be in the Phoenix Lake corridor area where we readily need the volunteers. We started a Fire Explorer post in November of last year. We currently have 23 members. These are kids between the ages of 14 and 21. Our hopes is to be able to pull from some of those kids when they reach 18. We currently have 1 Explorer who has promoted to the ranks of volunteer. So that is one positive outcome from this Explorer program. We are continuing with open communication with our local media, KVML, mymeadowload.com, the newspapers, getting out the word out to the public that we are here and we are primarily volunteer fire department, and that they're the integral part of our fire service within Tuolumne County. We work closely with the Columbia College Fire Science Program. Through that program, we're able to recruit some potential volunteers into our program, either out at the college fire station or volunteer stations throughout the county. Having a pool of candidates out there readily accessible to us has worked out in the past, and we hope to improve that. We have been involved with Sonora High School's ROP program. Some of those ROP students at Sonora High have joined the Explorer program and are looking into becoming volunteers once they reach the age of 18 and have graduated from high school. Those are the minimum qualifications. To kind of retain some of our volunteers, which is difficult at times, we are encouraging our volunteers to take classes to improve their skills, to become leaders within the fire service, whether it be on an engine or be a strike team leader where they can be in charge of 5 engines on an incident. We're encouraging them to come out and assist us with our trainings for our recruit academy, or come to our drill sessions. we had a couple events this year to basically thank the volunteers for their service to the community. We had a dinner in December for them, and as well as a picnic in the summer last year. And we intend on doing that again this year. The involvement with the volunteers and the fire service is a big part of what Tuolumne County Fire Department is based off of. And the numbers that we see today are not what they were 10, 15 years ago. When I started here in 1988, we had 120 volunteers. We're not at those numbers. I'm not sure if we'll ever be back to those numbers. But with this program that we put together, based off of what other fire departments have done across the state and the country to retain and recruit volunteers, I believe we're headed on the right path and to retain what we have. Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, I guess, you know, from the board's perspective, is there more support? Is there other things that we can do to help you with the recruiting process?
The promotion and the, I think, giving back to the volunteers as far as thanks to them, 5-year, maybe 10-year, 15-year letters from the board to these volunteers, the members that have been in the community for a long time, volunteering their time, I think would be a great thing to happen from their local supervisor.
Okay, then maybe Mr. Pedro can start that process.
And I'll get you the numbers for the 5, 10, 15-year folks. I have a retired fire captain from the volunteer side, Tuolumne County Fire Department, that put 30 years in. He's in the audience today, and he just retired from Cedar Ridge and gave countless hours back to our community. It's guys and gals like that. That's what made our department strong. And it's difficult for us to fill some of those positions when these guys leave. So letters would be great. I was thinking when they Recruit Academy to maybe have a board, Recruit Academy graduation, to have a board supervisor present during the graduation. Little things like that I think go a long way to show that you're supporting our volunteers.
You just let us know when it's happening, and we'll try to be there, I'm sure.
I will let you know.
All right.
I'll make sure it gets to you guys.
All right, thank you.
Okay?
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah.
And some good supervisor participation at your annual dinner for the volunteers would also be real appreciated.
You know, we had a supervisor there
I know.
at our last
I
dinner,
know.
and it was much appreciated to have, and you're always invited to come, and as well as our picnic, and we will get those announcements out to you whenever we have those events.
Awesome.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Mike. Is there any other questions? Randy?
Yeah, he alluded to what I call our super volunteer retiring. Dennis Randall retired recently, and I think the county owes him a huge thank you for his efforts. I remember about 4 years ago, he took me on a tour of fire in Tuolumne County on a Saturday morning, and it lasted about 6 hours. The guy is a wealth of information. Losing him to the volunteer ranks, you've got to figure out a way to at least, you know, copy that brain of his and share it with the new guys.
I'm not letting him totally go. Actually, I have him committed to one of my committees, operations committee, and he's
Good.
tied
Well,
to that.
I just want to applaud Dennis Randall.
So, yeah.
He is a superhero in our county, so thank you, Dennis.
Right on.
Now we expect a speech.
And don't move anytime soon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. All right. Well, we've got that one out of the way. Let's jump back and see if we can iron 22 out.
Consideration of accepting the recommendations of the Biological Resource Ad Hoc Committee regarding proposed amendments to the Biological Resources section of the Natural Resource element of the Tuolumne County General Plan, referring the proposed amendments to the Board of Supervisors Planning Committee for the consideration and recommendation.
Thank you. Staff report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Mike Laird, Deputy CRA Director. Just a little bit of background on this. On July 2nd of last year, your board established the Biological Resources Ad Hoc Committee. You appointed 7 members to the committee. Supervisor Royce served as the chair. Supervisor Brennan served as the vice chair. Mark Banks represented development interests. Ron Kopp represented business interests. Tom Parrington represented conservation and environmental interests. Diane Moore was appointed as the biologist to the committee, and Carrie Hoy represented the general public. The committee was assigned the task of preparing for consideration by your board 3 things. The first being revisions to the biological resources section of the conservation and open space element of the general plan. The second being oak woodland policies for inclusion in the biological resources section. And the third being thresholds of significance under CEQA regarding impacts to biological resources. The committee met 11 times during 2013 and 2014. Meetings typically lasted for 2 hours. The committee held its first meeting on August 19th and its last August 19th of 2013, and its last meeting March 17th of this year. At that meeting, the committee recommended the attached proposed amendments to the natural resources element of the general plan to your board for inclusion in the general plan update. I'd just like to briefly point out a couple highlights that you might be interested in. The introduction to the proposed biological resources section acknowledges that 77% of the county is publicly owned and does provide for conservation of biological resources. The introduction also identifies 270,000 acres of oak woodlands in the county. Of these oak woodlands, approximately 54% occur on public land, while 17% occur on land that is developed or could be developed. Proposed Goal 4J directs the county to employ a balanced approach to the conservation of biological resources. Consistent with your board's direction that the county not overachieve with respect to biological resources mitigation, proposed policy 4J4 directs the county to evaluate impacts to biological resources in accordance with, but not exceeding, the requirements of state and federal law. The proposed implementation program 4JH would establish thresholds of significance under CEQA for the conversion of oak woodlands in Tuolumne County. Oak woodland conversion on parcels less than 2 acres in area or designated for urban land uses would not be considered a significant impact. Oak woodland conversion on parcels larger than 2 acres, not designated for urban land uses, would be considered a potential significant impact based upon the parcel size and the percentage of oak woodland converted. For example, a 10-acre parcel, conversion of oak woodland on a 10-acre parcel would not be considered significant if the conversion was 25% or less of the oak woodland on the parcel. But regardless of the parcel size and the percent of oak woodland removed, your board could determine that conversion of oak woodland is not a significant impact if that determination is based on an analysis conducted by a biologist, botanist, arborist, or forester. The direction provided by your board to the Biological Resources Ad Hoc Committee was that it provide recommendations to your board for consideration. As such, your board can make any revisions to the proposed amendments to the Biological Resources section that you want. The planning committee, your board planning committee, is the steering committee for the general plan update. So after you get through with whatever you feel should be done to the recommended section here, we think it would be appropriate for you to have it looked at by your board planning committee. They are considering all the updates to the general plan, and they would be well suited to determine if this is consistent with everything else they've looked at. So our recommendation is that your board accept the recommendation of the Biological Resources Ad Hoc Committee regarding amendments to the Biological Resources section, make any revisions you determine to be appropriate, and refer the proposed amendments to the Biological Resources section to your planning committee for consideration and recommendation back to your board. I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions? Randy?
Yeah, I got a couple of comments on it. First of all, let me just say, a long time in coming, but a lot of really, really good work in this. took a long time, but I appreciate the effort put in by the staff and by the committee. Item 4JJ on page 5 and item 4JN, they appear inconsistent to me. One of them says allow vegetation removal for fire protection purposes. The other one says encourage the removal of vegetation for fire protection and fire protection. And it seems to me they both ought to be encouraged. Is there a reason for that?
No, I don't think so. If your board would like to make that change, we can certainly change allow to encourage in 4JJ.
I would like to see that. The other one is in 4JK, we allow eradication of invasive plant species. I'm not sure where Ms. Helmar is on this, but I think she would agree with me. We ought to encourage that as well. These invasive noxious weeds that she's constantly trying to get rid of are a problem.
Yes, and the committee actually wanted to work with her to allow her to do that.
Yeah, well, I would prefer to use the word encourage there too.
Okay.
Let's see if
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
John?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just got a question.
Are you still going, Randy?
I'm a little concerned about item 4JC on page 4-20, where it says no net loss of wetland habitat. And the only reason I'm concerned, I'm not arguing with the concept. What I'm concerned about is that the
what is that the old one?
Corps of Engineers seems to be expanding that definition of wetlands. And
that's Randy. That's the old.
Is that the old one? Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Where's that in the new one?
It's not.
Oh, good. Good. Okay.
Happy?
Yes, I am. Wasn't clear that we shifted. Okay. No, that's good. I'm a little concerned about them expanding their definition of wetlands because I think the rain gutters in my house are now becoming wetlands. I know, and the valleys and the roof line. So
and just to clarify for anyone that may be listening, it doesn't mean it's not addressed. It's just basically we're complying with state and federal requirements. So Fish and Wildlife and those types of agencies have laws. They change over time, so we don't want to reinvent the wheel. The idea is just refer to those, follow them,
Okay.
and it is what it is. Anything else, Randy? Or
no, those are the two things I want to encourage, not allow.
Okay. John?
The page 2, 4J3, provide local information to assist in the evaluation of biological resource. What type of local information would that be in general?
If you look on page 3 at implementation program 4JC, it's spelled out there.
Okay.
It'd be the Tuolumne County wildlife maps, our aerial photography, and the deer herd management plans
Okay.
and their associated maps.
And then on 4JE, property owner concept required to designate land open space. I know that sounds really good, but what if we're doing a project and it says that you have to have some open space and the property owner doesn't want any?
Well, the property owner has to mitigate impacts.
That's right.
Zoning property open space is only one way to mitigate impacts. There's other things we could work with him to do.
This was in the old one, too. We just carried this over.
And, Mr. Chairman, if I can make a distinction here, too. This is specific about designating open space on the general plan land use diagrams as opposed to open space zoning.
All right.
Basically, we're not going to just, designate huge areas,
Right.
With a broad brush across the county.
That's correct.
And that was an old policy as well.
Let me think here. Okay, page 4. Whoops, I'm getting back. I'm on the wrong one. This is old. Okay, I'm done.
That's it? Carl?
Yeah, I'd like to congratulate our chairman and Supervisor Brennan on, and the whole committee for that matter, and everybody that wasn't on the committee that I know many people did participate as members of the public. This is a very important effort, and I'm guessing it's at least 8 years old, if you really go back to the start of the whole process, and maybe longer. And to come out in such a short period of time, relatively short period of time, with this document, and it's really, really good. I think it's good for our county. It's cleaned up a lot of things. And I know because I was on the committee, or at least the predecessor committee to this, for a period of time. This is no mean feat. There's a lot of competing interests out there, and I hope that, and I'm confident that we listened to them all and did what's best for our county. And I'm going to support this, and I am going to support sending it to the planning committee to review it and come back with their recommendations.
Thanks, Carl. John?
Just one last maybe comment, question. Once this becomes part of the general plan, it's got to have secret review, and
Before it does, it'll have an EIR done on it.
right. Do you anticipate any additions to this during that CEQA review?
I think there's a good chance that there may be some revisions. I can't tell you, if we're low or high on some of our thresholds, specifically for the oak woodland.
Okay.
But I know they were very controversial, so, there's more knowledgeable people than me out there, certainly. Those numbers may be massaged a little bit in response to environmental analysis.
There was a lot of background to them, too, and if you look at, there's a lot of charts and data that we reviewed based on the different breakups of where the habitats were within the county. It wasn't just kind of a willy-nilly guess.
Yeah,
The
committee had a lot of support from the GIS division.
All right, thank you.
Any other board questions? If not, let's go to public comment.
John Buckley, CSERC. I'm going to be brief. I'm not going to try and change the direction that the board is headed. I understand where you guys are going. I do want to point out, and not get into any of the specifics, but I do want to point out the goal when you guys originally were not wanting to accept the biological resource, the Burge, and wanted to get rid of the wildlife handbook was because you had heard from the building industry, and this board had a belief that somehow you needed to do something to increase development, increase jobs, and provide benefits for the building industry by reducing and weakening, if possible, down to the the minimum that's required by the state for any requirements that might be, might be not of advantage for the building industry. So, out of what you've done over this period of time, the first is by removing the wildlife handbook. I just want to point out something that Dick Plan, who would hardly be seen as an environmental zealot, put forward is the wildlife handbook was an option. It was a voluntary choice that applicants use, and as we've talked before, this staff and the board before, it was chosen again and again because it was the cheapest and the simplest way to go, and it was clear. Before a project, you knew what was out there. You could go, if you wanted to do that, instead of hiring a consultant, you could choose that. You guys have now chosen to remove certainty and an option that the majority of applicants used, and instead are moving down a new path with the least amount of clarity and leaving it up to each individual project to somehow work with staff and responses from state fish and wildlife as to what's going to be the best thing for that project, or what's legal or what's not legal. Obviously, if that's what you believe is advantageous for the industry or for the county as a whole, that's the path that you want to go on. But I point out two things. The first is that right now in Tuolumne County, there are about 8,000 vacant lots. You can check with staff on that. And we've used in the past 5,000 to 6,000 of those vacant lots are probably buildable. They're vacant and they're buildable. But the building industry isn't having a large demand for projects on those sites. They aren't having a huge demand. But the goal of easing these wildlife requirements, biological resource requirements, is to somehow have major new subdivisions come forward that will create more vacant lots. As if somehow more vacant lots is going to lead to a boom in the building industry when there's already 5,000 or 6,000 vacant buildable lots now that are not creating some boom. So what I go back to is, before you make a final decision on this at some point in the future, which is going to have CEQA analysis and all the rest, I ask you to think, what are you really trying to accomplish when you're trying to benefit the building industry? And Evan, I know, I've heard you many times at these committees talk about, we don't want to be overachievers, we want to do the absolute minimum.
Can I interrupt you? I'm troubled by what you're saying, because you're summarizing what you think my intentions are and what the committee's intentions are, and it's not just to support the building industry. It's to make this a clear, balanced policy. And we want to follow the laws. We want to make sure that CEQA is followed. And in the past, the Wildlife Handbook worked, but in the future, with the comments we received from Fish and Wildlife, it wasn't going to work anymore. They weren't going to accept that. They said no. So we had to go back to the drawing board and basically look at the policies that we had and figure out, how do we make them work with where things are today. And over time, things change. And instead of regurgitating all these things in a big appendix and having, hundreds of pages of detailed information about habitats, it's a lot easier to refer to state and federal law and say, follow the law. And I don't think there's anything wrong with this board and the committee saying, follow the law, mitigate impacts. And I think we're not trying to do even big developers or small developers favors, like you're kind of implying. We just want to make sure that hire a consultant, mitigate your impacts, and you can move your project forward. And I think that's a good thing.
Well, with all due respect, I don't believe that that's reflected in either the makeup of the committee or in the actions that have come out of the committee. The only environmental representative, Tom Parrington of Audubon, again and again put forward a different perspective. Never was that accepted as the final solution. Instead, the majority of the committee that represented the building and the mine, 2 from the mine and 2 from the building industry, and 2 supervisors, has created. But I'm not going to change that. All I'm going back to...
We appointed everybody that applied for that committee, by the way.
All I'm going back to is that, and there was 1 slot for environmentalists, so there's only 1
For conservation, plus a biologist.
Okay, and the biologist was from the mine.
Right.
So, okay, but back to, again, I'm not going to change your view on this. I'm not trying to. What I am trying to get the full board to consider is, if you're really trying to benefit the building industry, to create uncertainty so that now State Fish and Wildlife Service has to provide their response in a more detailed fashion, rather than relying, because before they relied on county staff. If it was consistent with the wildlife policies that were in place, they didn't have to provide additional detailed requirements and things. So all I'm sharing is, think about what you're creating. Is it really going to benefit the outcome that you want?
Once again, that's what I was trying to correct,
Yeah.
is that's not what our intentions is. It's to have a balanced policy that works for our staff, works for complying with the law when we're doing CEQA reviews.
Right, and
So
Evan,
that's why I don't
with all
think.
due respect, again, public comment, I would point out that you've misinformed, because State Fish and Wildlife Service very clearly said you could continue to use the Wildlife Handbook and make some minor additional changes to it. You did not have to go to the birds. That was a choice the county could have done. I just talked with Fish and Wildlife last week about that. So there was an option to continue to have it. But I'm not going to change your point of view here.
Is Fish and Wildlife isn't the only review agency when we're doing projects. You have to deal with a lot of other federal agencies. They're just one commenting agency that's, they're not the responsible agency. They're a trustee agency. They comment on projects, and we take those into consideration when we make a judgment. But the idea is, we don't want a one-size-fits-all policy, because if you look across the county, there are all different types of habitat. It's not all just one thing. So it doesn't work to have one way to deal with a project.
Right, to take away a voluntary option is not one size fits all.
Well, it's still voluntary. There's nothing that says that you can't do that.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. Appreciate your
Thank you.
listening.
Well, I just, before John leaves, John, I do take issue with the Fish and Wildlife. They might have been, I never heard them say that they were willing to stick with the Wildlife Handbook. We were going to something called Birch. I think that's what it was called. And I distinctly remember hearing that that they wouldn't approve that a priori, agree with this, and and you're through it. And the other one was, I thought Corps of Engineers wouldn't sign up for it. And if they didn't sign up for it, the problem was whatever we did was going to go to these agencies, and then they were going to make the final determination anyway. So, it's kind of like, what's the point if you're going to have to deal with them anyway? But I also thought that the Birch, personally, thought that the Birch had a lot of rather subjective and loosely defined things in it that weren't possible to comply with anyway, in my mind, as an engineer or a scientist. And so I thought we ought to simplify something. So my goals weren't quite the same as you described, but nevertheless, this is where we are. I think this is easy to read. I think it's easier to understand and easier to comply with. And ultimately, Fish and Wildlife are going to have to decide how they're going to deal with it, and maybe we'll get to something that is workable. But I think this is more workable than what we had in the past, personally. So I hope it works, and I'll support it in sending it on for additional effort.
John and then Sherry.
I want to get back to John's comment on what Dick Plan said, and that was correct. I think it's something I also had concern with as far as the process going. By doing this, are we going to make it harder on the little guy to do something? I don't have that answer yet. We may not, but maybe through the environmental review, we'll see something come out of that. But the process that we had with the volunteer handbook was easier for the little guy, because in any big project that we had, we're going to have a biologist, we're going to have all of the experts do that, and it did put a lot of burden on county staff. But I'm a little torn here because I like the simplicity of this, but I also don't want to make it more complicated for the small guy.
Could I try and put your mind at ease just a little bit? For the last year or so, the projects that we send to the state clearinghouse get forwarded to the Department of Fish and Wildlife. In our scoping comments from them as well, they're telling us you need to review this special status species. There's always one or two or three or more that are going to require a biological consultant to be hired. So just using the wildlife handbook
wasn't going to do it.
That's oversimplifying it in these days. If they're going to have a consultant out there anyway, maybe it's just a little bit more money to have that consultant recommend the appropriate mitigation, and they're home free. And most often, that mitigation is less than what the handbook would have required. So they're out a little bit more money up front, but in the long run, they don't have to do as much mitigation.
All right. Okay.
And there's more flexibility for project by project basis.
Okay.
Sherry?
Yeah, and thank you for that clarification, Mike. I really want to thank all of the time that the committee put into this, and not just them, but we regularly had 5 or 6 audience participants that came to every meeting. One, Mr. Buckley, Ms. Maravich, a number of folks. Yeah, and I want to be real clear that some of those comments were incorporated into this document, and they provided good balance and information to the committee that we did take seriously. Doesn't mean that all of the suggestions are going to make it through, but there was a lot of very thoughtful discussion, and I am happy with the product, and I'd be prepared to move on a motion when you're ready.
Okay. Are there any other comments? I'll take a motion.
So I'd move on staff recommendation to move this forward to the
Planning Committee.
Planning Commission.
I'll be glad to second it.
Okay. We got a motion, a second.
Can I clarify?
Yes.
The motion incorporates the
Randy's
changes.
comments.
Yes.
Yeah, we got consensus on
Thank
that. And so we got a motion, a second. And before I call for the question, I just want to personally thank Mike Laird and Bev Shane for all their time, and also some of the GIS staff that helped put maps together, the committee, all the members. There was a tremendous amount of time and effort that went into this, and Mike specifically got to be right in the middle of it for a long time, and I really, really appreciate all of your work. So with that, I will call for the question. All in favor?
Aye.
And motion carries. Thank you. Now, at 2:11, we will hear our 1:30 appointments. Yeah, I suppose.
The first one is a
I'll call it 2:11. Just admit I'm late.
public hearing to consider the submission of the 2014 Community Development Block Grant for Gibbs Ranch Sewage Rehabilitation Project, Housing Stabilization Services, Tuolumne City Sewer Planning Study, and Administration.
And I'm going to recuse myself just to be safe due to Government Code 87100, even though I don't think this is directly related, but I like to be safe about it. So hand this over to the Vice Chairman, and I'll be stepping out.
All right. Staff report.
Good afternoon. Terry Cox, Cox Consulting. In December, your board selected the projects for Gibbs Estate Sewer Collection System improvements, the Housing Stabilization Program, and the Tuolumne City Sanitary District Sewer Planning Study. So those three activities are incorporated into the 2014 Community Development Block Grant Application, or CDBG program. I do have a sign-in sheet for everybody who is attending this public hearing, and written comments regarding the county's Community Development Block Grant Program can be addressed to the County Administrative Office. So we did request the maximum allowable for your 2014 grant application, and that is $2 million. The breakdown of the budget is $1,435,000 for Gibbs Estate sewer improvements, $374,000 for the Housing Stabilization Program, $100,000 for the planning grant for Tuolumne City, and the remainder is administration at $91,000. There is a additional amount contributed for the Tuolumne Utility District project for Gibbs Estate Sewer Collection System. That board added an extra $299,000 that covers the construction of the sewer laterals as well as design and construction management costs for that project. There is also a subrecipient agreement, which is a special CDBG required format agreement that will be on as the next agenda item after this one. That goes with the Tuolumne Utility District activity. The other activities, the Housing Stabilization Program is operated by the Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency, and they are currently operating that program under your 2012 Community Block Grant. So far, since January last year, they've assisted almost 1,000 people with rental assistance and foreclosure intervention and housing counseling, so that nearly 1,000 people are not homeless that might have otherwise been. The Tuolumne City Sanitary District, which owns and operates the sewer system in Tuolumne City, will do testing and planning in order to be able to develop a construction application either for Community Development Block Grant or for the State Water Resources Control Board in order to do the rehabilitation of that system with the planning grant money. All of the Community Development Block Grant activities have to principally benefit lower income households. And for Gibbs Estates, this is 437 people. For the Housing Stabilization Program, they expect to be able to serve 1,200 people. And for Tuolumne City Sanitary District, it's about 1,600 people. Now, on the planning grant, there is a required local match, which is 5% of whatever your request is. So in this case, that's going to be $5,000. Now, the Tuolumne City Sanitary District has committed to provide those funds should the application be awarded. And because of the way that the funds have to be expended, that is, the local match has to be spent first. So the Tuolumne City Sanitary District will have to provide those funds before any additional funds are provided by the state. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about the application.
Okay, any board questions before I open up the public hearing?
The 5% matching is only on that one item.
That's correct.
Yeah, because it's a planning grant. It's just planning grants. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there is no other required match for the other activities under CDBG, but, you know, because the planning grants were a special allocation that they thought of, 5 or 10 years ago for reasons that have to do with HUD funding of administrative sort of activities, they require it for that.
Okay.
Okay, any other board questions? Open up the public hearing. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this? Seeing no one, bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion?
Can you close the public hearing?
Thought I did, sorry. Close the public hearing.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the submission of the 2014 Community Development Block Grant.
Second.
First and second, any other public comment? Seeing none, call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Next item.
This is consideration of approving a sub-recipient agreement with Tuolumne Utilities District for completion of the Gibbs Estate Sewage Rehabilitation Project to be funded by the Community Development Block Grant Program.
As I mentioned previously, the State Department of Housing and Community Development, which is the funding agency for the Community Development Block Grant Program, requires that all grantees use this format agreement if they were going to pass through funds to another agency. So this is a boilerplate agreement, and this has already been acted upon by the Tuolumne Utility District Board in March. And if the board chooses to proceed with this activity, we have to do this agreement.
Okay, and this is not a public hearing. Any questions from the board? Any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back.
Move on staff recommendation.
A second.
First and second, any other comment? Any public comment? Seeing none, call for the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Supervisor Royce, we're looking for you.
He's looking for a parking place.
I would probably. I think he thought he might have had enough time to get a coffee.
He found a spot?
Welcome back, Chairman.
It's good to finish it off.
No.
Okay, so where are we at?
We're down to 3.
3? Go for it.
This is a public hearing to consider Mashad Special Ordinance amending Section 1706.020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code by establishing the boundaries of the zoning district under the Tuolumne County Uniform Zoning Ordinance.
Mr. Chairman, I have to recuse myself on government code, Section 87-100.
All right. We'll take turns.
John? You need to state the reason. Sorry.
I own property within the 300 feet
Okay, thank you.
distance of the project.
He needs a refill on his coffee. Okay, staff report.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Terry and Lucia Mashod applied for a site review permit in order to modify an existing commercial building on their property to convert it into 2 small restaurants and also to add an 800 square foot commercial building. The project site is located at 18557 and 18569 State Highway 120 in Groveland. As part of the review of the site review permit, the Department of Fish and Wildlife was contacted. This is an excellent example of what Mr. Laird was just advising you. The Department of Fish and Wildlife identified the potential existence of 4 listed species on the project site. Those included the yellow-legged frog, the Tuolumne button celery, the shaggy hair lupin, and the Mariposa clarkia. In order to address the concerns expressed by Fish and Wildlife about this project, the applicants hired Harold Basie, a local biologist, to do a study. He looked at the Groveland Creek that flows to the project site and analyzed whether or not these species existed on the site or that their habitats were present. And he found that none of these species existed or had habitat. However, a 10-foot strip along both sides of Groveland Creek were proposed in order to provide filter of runoff from the parking lot for the project. The applicant agreed to the open space zoning, and so today I'm here to ask your board to consider an ordinance that would change the zoning along Groveland Creek to be 01 on 10 feet on either side of the center line. The Tuolumne County Planning Commission considered this project at its meeting on March 19th. After conducting a public hearing, the Tuolumne County Planning Commission was the decision-making body for the site review permit, and they did approve that project. There's been no appeal, so the only item on your agenda today is the zone change. The Planning Commission did recommend that your board approve the zone change by unanimous vote.
Thank you. Okay, so just the zone change.
Just the zone change.
Do we have questions? If not, I will open the public hearing and ask for anybody who would like to speak in favor of the project. Come forward. Come on up.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. You asked if anybody would speak in favor of the project.
Yep.
Well, I'm not in favor of the project, but it's too late. I did not receive a letter last year on this, and the meeting for the approval, I had poison oak everywhere, so I was not able to go to the planning meeting last week.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Carlin.
There actually is an opportunity if you're in opposition to the project to speak. This is the time if someone is in favor of the project to speak.
Okay, when is the opportunity?
In a minute, if nobody else would like to.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, stay close.
Okay.
So, yeah, give us 1 second, and then, so, yeah, go ahead and have a seat. So anybody that would like to speak in favor, I see Ruben.
Good afternoon, Ruben Chonside, Project Manager for Land and Structure, and just here on behalf of the owners of the project. If any questions come up, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Okay. Now, I see no other comments in favor, so anybody that would like to speak against the project may come forward.
Okay, I'm not actually against the restaurant. I'm against the drive-through because I have property close to that, and I've already put up with 7 years of concerts. I have to leave my home during the concerts because of the loudness of them. And now I'm going to be hearing, would you like a Coke and fries with that burger or similar in the loudspeaker of the drive-through? Not to mention the wildlife thing. Sorry. I have on my property 2 ponds. I have a lot of deer, a lot of, sorry, I have a headache. A lot of wildlife. It's right near the creek. And my ponds. When the concerts start up, they leave. And as soon as the loudspeaker starts up in the drive-through, the wildlife is going to disappear. So I'm really not against the restaurants. I'm against the drive-through with the loudspeaker. There, as I understand, there is no, sorry, it just came on me. There is no time limit on the restaurant opening, how late they stay open. We like our peace and quiet, and I object to the drive-through.
Where is your property reference? The, sorry to keep you up here.
That's all right. It just, I guess I got nervous.
Okay.
My property is next door to the gentleman that's putting in the restaurant. Oh, well, actually, it's on the hill.
Okay.
So it's a kitty corner to his property. This one here, and this also, I'm an owner.
So Bev, are they across 120 from them?
No, her property actually abuts the project site. If you look at the
From
site plan on
behind?
page 26,
Yeah.
going east, she owns along the frontage of the highway and also the bigger piece back here.
So the pizza factory?
No, she doesn't own that one, but on the other, beyond that, on the other side of it.
Thank you.
On the other side of the pizza factory?
Yes, she has an interest in that property, which, what she's referring to on the contracts is the Mountain Sage property, not the project site. And I will comment that she's correct that the conditions of approval imposed by the Planning Commission do not set any hours of operation for the restaurants, but we do have a condition about noise. So if she does have problems with noise, she can certainly contact us, and we can look into that as a co-compliance issue.
Okay.
But just to be straight, we're not considering those aspects, right? We're just considering the zoning.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Because the project component is already approved through planning.
Yes.
Okay, so at this time, anybody that spoke in favor of the project may make a rebuttal to any opposition. And since there's no rebuttal, there's no rebuttal. Is there anybody who would like to speak neutrally? Seeing none, okay. Public hearing is closed, and I'll bring it back to the board for deliberation.
Well, since John isn't here to make the motion on his behalf.
Could I ask Bev a question
Go
first?
ahead.
Bev, I missed the noise requirements. Can you point me where those are?
They're in the conditions of approval, which, that one is on page 24 of your agenda package. It's condition number 61. And that's based upon the general plan noise standards.
$50 dB and
In the
45?
daytime. That's, and 45 nighttime.
Okay, just to make her feel a little better, I'm exceeding 50 dB right now. So I just want you to feel better about where we're going with this thing. While we can't really consider this, 50 dB when you talk to someone right next to you, that is exceeding 50 dB. So I hope you feel better about that. We can't consider that today, but I think it's important you realize that at least the noise level they've tried to deal with. So with that, I'm ready to go for the motion.
Okay. Again, and absent John, on his behalf, I'll move to approve the zoning change.
Second. Oh, you got to do the findings?
Oh,
Yeah, where is that?
It's on page 14.
okay. I'll read it here. Just a second. Okay. I move to approve the site review permit, SRP 13-002, based
No.
upon...
No.
That is it? Where is it?
It's just 2A through D.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thought we were voting on both of them. I move to approve the Community Development Department staff recommendation for a zone change RZ 14-003 based on findings A through D.
Second.
Okay, is there any other public comment? Or, actually, not public comment, but board comment? Call for the question, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0, 1 abstention. And let me get John back in here.
You don't need them?
If you're going to do reports, you do.
Oh, I thought...
Okay,
That's it.
so...
Reports?
What? Yep.
Reports.
So, see if everybody has a quick report. I'll start with Mr. Pedro. Oh, that's my man. Randy.
I just want to report on one thing, and I'm sorry that Bev and Mike left, but on last Thursday night, we went to the Willow Springs Homeowners Association to just answer questions about the development in that area that is going to a full EIR, but both Mike Laird and Duke York were there, and they did a great job. I just wanted to say thank you for them doing that. That was a really good thing. And I guess one more thing, if you haven't seen Les Mis by SRT, go see it. It's really good.
Okay. On the 19th, I attended a meeting with Congressman McClintock and TUD as a special invited guest, I guess. That was very good. Tom Shaza did his normal flair in presenting the water system of TUD and what they're doing with the current emergency. And I think it was very useful because Congressman McClintock obviously went away with a clear understanding of what our situation is. And he reiterated, and this is for the public consumption, for those of you that are listening out there, he reiterated his strong support of increased storage in the foothills. And specifically, we talked about the potential at Lyons Dam, Lyons Reservoir. On the 20th, interestingly enough, I attended the groundwater meeting. There were two of them. I believe Supervisor Brennan and Supervisor Hanvelt went to the first one. This one was held up at RCRC CSAC, co-sponsored it up in Sacramento. Again, had a lot to do with groundwater, not a lot of discussion about impacts in the foothills, not a lot of invited participation from the tribes. Just a lot of, unfortunately, the same old agenda limitations in water and discussions throughout the state. That evening, I was very blessed to be able to be part of a Eagle Scout selection board. Again, an invitation that I very much appreciated. I did participate in the board meeting for the Central Sierra Child Support Agency on the 24th. We did have a water policy meeting, a committee meeting on the 27th, where we talked again about all of the issues we heard about earlier today. And on the 28th, I was very honored to be part of the Vietnam Veterans Welcome Home celebration at Black Oak Casino. Again, it was a very both rewarding but also a little bit heart-wrenching experience. Yesterday, I was at the Economic Development Agency's event at the Opera Hall, where Senator Tom Berryhill spoke, and he also mentioned the governor's change in focus, if you will, to include uphill storage, increased storage in California, and the need for it, and his hope that, Senator Berryhill's hope that in the coming water bonds in the this year and next year, that we'll have some specific language addressing uphill storage. And then last night, I was at the Youth Commission. Thank you.
John?
Yeah, just a short one, other than meeting with a number of constituents in the Groveland area, but one of them in particularly, telephone conversation concerning the wreck that we had on Highway 120 and some possible changes to that road, speed signing and yellow line extensions. I think it's important that we do engage with Caltrans, and I've sent an email to TCTC to look at that at our next agenda and see if we want to engage. Then the other thing is attended.
Where's that one at?
In what happened there was a passing. Someone passed at the end of a yellow line and hit another car head on a curve.
Oh, yeah.
Now, by extending that yellow line possibly and reducing the speed limit in that particular area, we might possibly let people know that big corner is there, because there's been a number of accidents. So anyway, we can address it through TCTC to contact Caltrans, I believe. And attended the presentation by the Business Council out at Black Oak, where Russell Hancock spoke about relationships between the Silicon Valley and Tuolumne County, and I think it's good to know that, that they know that we're here, and having someone like that come to our community and talk to us, I think is very beneficial. That's my report.
Terry?
Yeah, so the only thing I would add, at our Natural Resource Committee meeting, it was announced that the Sierra Forest will be hosting a meeting on Monday, April 7th at 5 p.m. in Fresno. Oh, I'm sorry. The Sierra Forest will be hosting a meeting on their land management plan on Monday, April 7th, at 5 p.m. in Fresno. And it's to get input from the public on their land management plan. You can go to the website, Sierra National Forest website, and get the specific information.
Clerk? Okay, and just real quick one from me, a couple issues that I've been dealing with. I was informed that there's a proposed speed increase for Highway 108 going through Sierra Village, Miwok, where the communities are, and there's a lot of businesses there, so I got some concerns. So I forwarded that on to Craig. He's, I don't know if it's going to go to the Transportation Committee, and I also forwarded it to Darren for TCTC to comment, so that's something that'll probably come up. Another one, I continue to get constituents having problems with insurance, fire insurance. A constituent that just purchased a house, saying it was almost $4,000, I believe, for a pretty average house, to get fire insurance. Couldn't get it from local providers, had to go outside, similar to the one that John gave me a reference where to be able to obtain it. So the issue exists. There's people with existing policies that are being canceled or modified dramatically, and the rim fire is just another reason why it's even worse. So I think the Housing Policy Committee is going to be taking that up. And I believe Mr. Pedro said that Josh White has been tasked with handling that and should be getting some information on where he's at with that. So it's a state issue, I believe, not a county issue, but we need to get heavily engaged in it because it's affecting a lot of people. So that's pretty much all I need to talk about.
I just got a comment for John. I don't know if it would apply to your accident issue or not, but I know I talked to Peter Rye when he was redoing J59, and the reason that is a double yellow line all the way out there is the criterion for passing zones has changed, and I think a lot of
road.
Yeah, I know, but I think a lot of our roads are legacy lined, and they're not necessarily in compliance with the latest criterion.
I did forward that also to the Highway Patrol Commander, and I think we'll probably be able to work something there.
Okay, there's nothing else. I will happily adjourn the meeting at 2:39. 33. All right.